request everyone to please rise for the national anthem. Photographers, please do not click pictures at this moment.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे
I request FLO Chairperson Priya Gazdar, FLO Chairperson Riddhi Jain, our distinguished speakers, Guest of Honor FLO National President Ms. Joyshri Das Verma, Ms. Sita Palachalla, Mr. Chandrasekhar Chincholkar, and FLO past chairs Vani Subhash, Rekha Reddy, Manjula Reddy, Rekha Lahoti, Jyotsna Angara, Kamini Saraf, Sona Chetwani, Usharani Manne, Uma Chigrupati, Shubhra Maheshwari, to step forward for lamp lighting. I request our chairperson, Priya Gazdar, to grace the dais. I request EC member Nanda Rao to escort Guest of Honor, FLO National President Ms. Joyshri Das Verma to the dais. I request Chairperson Priya Gazdar to felicitate our esteemed speaker. I request Chairperson Priya Gazdar to deliver her welcome address.
Thank you, Sujita. Thank you all for joining us here. A little early in the day, I know, but we have a lot of interesting conversations coming up, so we needed the time. And Minister's office has called to say they'll be here very quickly. And but we didn't want to wait and delay it any longer, so we are starting. Namaste. Good morning and a warm welcome to our esteemed guests, to our distinguished speakers, past chairpersons, FLO and FLO, and dear members. We are proud to have amidst us today Chief Guest Sridhar Babu Garu, who will come in a little while. Special guests of honor, Srimati Joyshri Das Verma, FLO National President 2024-25. Dr. Glory Swarupa will also be here presently. She'll be joining us at around 10:30 when the minister comes in. I will have to go back and thank them again, but I would like to acknowledge that they have all taken time out of their precious schedules to be here with us today, so thank you so much to each one of them. I would also like to thank in advance our speakers of the day, Ms. Sita Palachola, CEO VHub, Government of Telangana, Ms. Vatsala Mishra, Director MSME and Retail, Government of Telangana, Mr. Kishore Kedari, Head of Content Production at Arca Media Works, Mr. Rajiv Ranjan, Founder and COO, Spirit Media, Mr. Chandrasekhar Chincholkar, ESG Strategist and Director, Corporate Advisory at CES Limited, who has joined us all the way from Pune, for agreeing to share their thoughts with us at this forum. As we all know, MSMEs play a pivotal role in economic development. Globally, MSMEs account for over 90% of businesses and more than 50% of employment. This sector's ability to create jobs, foster innovation, and drive economic diversification is unparalleled. According to recent statistics, MSMEs contribute approximately 30% to India's GDP and around 45% to the country's total manufacturing output. They employ around 110 million people, making the sector the largest source of employment after agriculture. Furthermore, they are responsible for 43% of India's exports. These numbers alone highlight the immense value that MSMEs bring to both our local and our national economies. Moreover, in regions where large enterprises are scarce, MSMEs often serve as the primary drivers of economic activity, ensuring that growth reaches the remotest corners of our country. Encouraging the growth and development of MSMEs is therefore crucial, and for several reasons. Firstly, they are agile and adaptable, capable of responding quickly to market changes and consumer needs. Secondly, MSMEs are hubs of innovation. With their inherent flexibility, they can experiment with new ideas, processes, and products, driving technological advancements and improving efficiency across industries. Therefore, the discourse on the role of MSMEs is vital for the growth and resilience of our economy as a whole. By understanding the unique challenges and opportunities within various industries, governments and organizations can tailor policies and support mechanisms that enable MSMEs to thrive. Looking ahead, the future of MSMEs is promising, yet it requires concerted effort and strategic support. We must together focus on providing access to finance, improving infrastructure, and ensuring a conducive regulatory environment. The government's role in supporting MSMEs cannot be overstated. Initiatives such as the MSME Development Act, the numerous credit schemes, and digital literacy programs have been instrumental in empowering this sector. However, there's always more to be done. Continuous dialogue between policymakers, industry leaders, organizations like ours, and MSME representatives is essential to address emerging challenges and seize new opportunities. The Telangana government is leading from the front on these matters, and we have a lot to look out for in the upcoming MSME policy, which will be released soon by our forward-looking state government. At FLO, the women's wing of FICCI, we are focused on ensuring women's contribution to this sector is significant and game-changing. The organization is taking concerted efforts through its pan-India chapters to make this happen. FLO President Joyshri Das Verma will elaborate on these in her address presently. FLO Hyderabad chapter is proud to have facilitated the MOU between FLO National and MSME, the pioneering and only of its kind central government institution in India for capacity building, skill upgradation, research, and entrepreneurship development, focused solely on the SME sector. Many thanks to MSME and Director General Dr. Glory Swarupa for joining hands with FLO to further the cause of women in MSME. At FLO Hyderabad, our overarching purpose is to build confident women leaders, to achieve which We have planned a sector-wise schedule of events and initiatives delivered via a three-pronged approach. Part of our curation caters to nourishing the imagination of our members through speaker sessions and interactive networking events. Next, we address the need of our members to navigate the sea of possibilities via experiential learning, workshops, conclaves like these, and upskilling courses. A substantial part of our blueprint is mapped to fulfill our social impact mandate of placing the power of sustainable livelihood generation in the hands of grassroots women to nurture their innate potential. Our economic impact endeavors will see a 4-point agenda to upskill and expand the horizons for our members. We have knowledge exchange tie-ups with leading institutions across India and globally to help us access and achieve our goals smarter. Our startup and incubation cell works towards helping members, be it startups or growth phase companies, realize their entrepreneurial goals through upskilling and exposure to new trends and concepts via workshops and talks. Our financial and digital literacy vertical organizes sessions in the areas of innovation, business, marketing, management, and relevant concepts. In today's competitive environment, the ability to communicate ideas persuasively is a crucial skill. Our Mindshare program is guided by a TEDx licensee and trainer to enable members to become effective storytellers and public speakers. Our MSME SS cell has already released a digital ready reckoner for focusing on MSME schemes for women to help members access information readily. The team organizes workshops and educative sessions and serves as a help desk for Udyam registration. They are the strength behind today's day-long conclave. Can we play the Ready Reckoner video, please? Our social impact mandate is something we take very seriously because giving back is an embodiment of the principle that to whom much is given, much is expected. Our education and skilling vertical enables women and girls to earn a decent livelihood and education by facilitating the necessary skills training, including digital and financial literacy. We also take motivational and inspirational sessions for them for their holistic development. Through the Resilient Roots program, we are teaching modern vegetable farming and marketing techniques to 100 women farmers in Rawalkol village near Medchal. Dutch MNC East West Seeds Knowledge Transfer Foundation in Hyderabad is our implementation partner for this. The train the trainer model means we can keep the cycle of learning and earning going. Sakala is a handlooms initiative for the GI tagged Golabhama Weavers Cluster in Siddipet. With design intervention, digital and financial literacy, training, market connects, and health education and camps, we have already started to weave ourselves into the fabric of this vibrant community. The Women's Health and Welfare team is working on creating awareness and acceptance of the need for preventive vaccination, menstrual hygiene, better diet and nutrition practices, mental health, and more. The vertical also organizes health camps and health and nutritional talks. During the quarter, starting April 1st, FLO Hyderabad played host to illustrious minds from across sectors, including aeronautics and space, industry, business, cinema, consular and trade representatives of USA, UK, and Australia, venture capital, and luxury brands. Over the next 3 quarters, we have a full slate of engagements, including an international delegation, visit by the ASEAN delegation, ambitious plans of conclaves focused on various sectors, a health walk, an art fair, and much more, even as we continue to learn, grow, and serve the communities around us. Coming up soon is Style Tattva, FLO Hyderabad's signature fashion, jewelry, lifestyle, and wellness expo. The funds raised from this mammoth effort of 212 stalls at HITEX Hyderabad will be routed to our economic and social impact endeavors. Can we have the video, please? Let me hasten to assure you. So we are all booked now. I think Pratibha will tell me there are just about 2 or 3 stalls left. There are 4 stalls, I stand corrected. But I think we have takers for each one of them. We have a wait list. We're being picky and choosy. I take this opportunity to invite each one of you to join us at HITEX Hall 2 on 20th and 21st July 2024. I'm happy to share that through Style Tattva, FLO Hyderabad has created a respected platform for 200 brands belonging to the MSME sector. That needs a big round of applause. Through it all, we have the steadfast support of our past chairpersons, each of whom is a change maker in her own right. In conclusion, MSMEs are the lifeblood of our economy. Their contribution to the local, national, and global economic landscapes is immense and irreplaceable. As we embark on today's agenda, let us commit to fostering an environment where MSMEs can not only survive, but thrive. Thank you once again to all our distinguished guests and illustrious speakers for acquiescing to our request to join us here today at our day-long conclave, MSMEs and Inclusive Growth, and to each one of you in the audience for being here. I look forward to the enlightening discussions ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Priya. It gives me great pleasure to introduce Guest of Honor, FLO National President, Ms. Joyshri Das Verma. Ms. Joyshri Das Verma, the 41st National President of FICCI Ladies Organization for 24-25, brings a wealth of experience from her 25-year journey in corporate and entrepreneurial ventures. As the Honorary Consul of Israel for Northeast India and co-promoter of Capro Management Solutions Private Limited, a leading HR consulting firm with a nationwide presence, she has demonstrated a remarkable ability to integrate strategic vision with operational excellence. Her tenure includes significant contributions such as fostering bilateral relations between India and Israel across sectors like agriculture, technology, and trade, while also nurturing high-performance teams and expanding client portfolios. Her leadership extends beyond business to impactful social welfare initiatives, including flood relief efforts, COVID care support, and advocacy for orphaned children and elderly care. Her holistic approach to organizational dynamics and commitment to ethical co-creation reflect her enduring dedication to both professional excellence and community welfare, guided by a philosophy that emphasizes growth without comparison. I now request Ms. Joyshri Das Verma to deliver her presidential address.
Thank you so much, Sujita, for the generous introduction. Namaste and a very good morning, each and every one of you present here. Priya Gazdar, Chairperson, FLO Hyderabad, and all the committee members. And we have a very eclectic and a dynamic team of PAR-chairs, FLO Hyderabad, and governing body members. And we also have a special guest with us here today, which is Lubena. She's also leading the vertical head for trade and delegations, and specifically here to, in case any one of you need any help in the trade vertical. And good morning to you, all of you, the esteemed speakers and panelists for the sessions, the forthcoming sessions. Look forward to hearing from all of you. So as the 41st National President of FLO, I am truly honored to be addressing the MSME Conclave. Among such an accomplished and diverse audience, I think I can just start. Yeah, you just invite him.
We are so glad that Shri Sridhar Babu Garu, Minister for IT, Government of Telangana, is here with us. Not at all, sir. So we will complete the presidential address and then we'll do the keynote. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Minister, IT and Industries, Shri Sridhar Babu. Good morning to you. Pleasure to have you here in our midst. So as the 41st National President of FLO, I am truly honored to be addressing the MSME Conclave among such an accomplished and diverse audience, all of whom share a common passion for economic empowerment of women, and most of all to be here in the state of Telangana. Only just 10 years old, but ranked second overall in Niti Aayog's India's Innovation Index and top performing state. Congratulations, Minister Sir. Feeling super lucky to be here. I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to Priya Gazdar, the dynamic chairperson of the Hyderabad chapter, for inviting me. Priya, your dedication and vision for women empowerment this year has been truly inspiring. As the 23rd chairperson of the chapter, your persistent commitment to creating an equitable ecosystem for women is commendable and resonates perfectly with the core values of FLO. Today's event on MSME and inclusive growth is totally aligned to FLO's theme of the year, collective vision and collaborative action. The Hyderabad chapter, one of the oldest and the most vibrant chapters, has always stood as a beacon of dedication and hard work. With a robust membership of more than 1,100, including both FLO and YFLO, Hyderabad, the chapter has consistently demonstrated the power of collective effort and the impact of strong leadership since its inception. In fact, the one and only Women Industrial Park is located here at Hyderabad, thanks to a past chairperson of FLO Hyderabad and the whole team. That is, and we have, I think, 30 plus FLO members, 25 plus FLO members in the FLO Industrial, all-women industrial park. So as we gather here today, I would like to reflect on the journey of FLO since its inception in 1983. FLO was established with the vision to catalyze growth and inclusivity for women entrepreneurs across the country. Today, we have a huge membership database across the country with its headquarters at Delhi and 20 chapters pan-India. FLO has achieved massive outreach and created a significant impact. Our mission has always been to empower women by providing them with the necessary tools, networks, opportunities to succeed in their entrepreneurial endeavors. To foster economic development, generate jobs, reduce poverty, and promote equality, the role of micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises becomes crucial in every economy of the world. Through our various initiatives, we not only empower our members, but women across all levels. We help and assist women to skill, upskill, reskill, and upscale through our programs. FLO Startup Cell has been doing very well with diverse programs ranging from mentorship, getting good learning programs, access to angel investors, boot camps, etc. FLO has a national team which are driving initiatives assisted by chapter teams across the country for rural livelihoods and rural entrepreneurship. Skills are being imparted to grassroots women in farming, agriculture, sewing, tailoring, etc. We have a very strong intent to help women augment their income, to be independent and empowered and contributing to the family's income and also to the country's economy. We have a lot of success stories from across the country. The MSME sector encourages equitable distribution and inclusive growth as an engine for economic progress. MSMEs have the highest employment growth rate, which has a positive impact on export and industrial growth. MSMEs are the backbone of the Indian economy, contributing approximately 30% of the country's GDP, 45% of manufacturing output, and providing employment to 11 crores of India's population. Needless to say, it is essential that we continue to support and uplift women entrepreneurs within this sector. The potential of women entrepreneurs in the MSME sector must be recognized because entrepreneurship is a major force behind innovation, economic growth, and job creation. Must mention here that FLO has a dedicated vertical MSME Assist cell that aims at providing assistance and support to women entrepreneurs who are looking to start or grow their own MSME businesses. The objective of this cell is to equip women with the necessary tools to succeed in the MSME sector by providing access to valuable resources, handholding, and mentoring. FLO's MSME Assist Cell assists women entrepreneurs to do their Udyam registration, register in the GEM portal, get into ONDC platforms, Invoice Smart, vendor development programs, and so on. FLO works on the tenets of collaborations and partnerships, and these have been instrumental in driving our work towards helping housewives to become homepreneurs to entrepreneurs, and those in micro and medium scale up. We have a lot of foreign affiliations which help forge the necessary connections for trade and business. And every year, FLO takes international business delegations for our members. And Priya's presentations, he already mentioned in depth some of the work that we do for women, for FLO, and women at large through our different initiatives. And to help entrepreneurs scale up in the apparel sector, we are in the process of collaborating with World Trade Center, CMAI, the Clothing Manufacturing Association of India. For the MSME sector in the FMCG, we will be having entrepreneurs to find contract manufacturing work and do private and white label. To our partnership with CMPL, the Contract Manufacturing and Private Label Expo, CMPL Expo. So according to a McKinsey Global Institute analysis, India GDP may increase by 700 billion by 2025 if the gender gap in the workforce, which includes formal, self-employed, and informal employment, is closed. The dedication to strengthening the business ecosystem in the nation is reflected in the growing investment in the MSME sector. Moreover, the country's MSME ecosystem is being shaped by digital technology, and the government intends to make sizable investments to speed up technology adoption. FLO's initiatives have always been focused on providing women with the knowledge, skills, and resources they need for their businesses. From financial literacy programs to digital skilling initiatives, we are committed to ensuring that women entrepreneurs are well equipped to navigate and excel in the business world. In fact, we have the National Financial Literacy Head, Shubhra Maheshwari, who's also a past chairperson of Hyderabad. So we aim to collaboratively develop a roadmap for the advancement of women-led MSMEs in the digital age. So we are looking forward to your address, Honorable Minister, sir, and your insights on destining India's SME sector for the global value chain. Will provide some in very valuable perspectives and inspire us to push the boundaries of what we can do to achieve in the SME sector. The vision of integrating India's SMEs into the global value chain is not only ambitious, but also necessary for the sustained growth and competitiveness of our economy. So let's today's gathering not just be the platform for discussion, but a springboard for action. I'm sure that our shared insights and commitments will result in tangible outcomes, creating an environment where women-led MSMEs can thrive, innovate, and contribute significantly to our nation's economic growth. And thank you once again, Priya Gazdar and the entire Hyderabad chapter, FLO chapter, Riddhi Jain, for organizing this impactful conclave. It's a day-long event. I think we'll have a lot of insightful sessions, and I think a lot of you will have many takeaways to take back end of the day. And your efforts are truly appreciated. And have a nice day, all of you, and look forward for a very fruitful day. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Joyshri Das Verma. Thank you, Ms. Joyshri Das Verma, for illuminating FLO's impactful journey in catalyzing growth and inclusivity for women entrepreneurs, inspiring us all towards greater empowerment and equality. We look forward to continuing this journey of fostering entrepreneurship and empowering women across all sectors. Your leadership is truly exemplary. I request Chairperson Priya Gazdar to felicitate Honorable Minister Mr. D. Sridhar Babu has carved a distinguished career in law and politics, demonstrating a deep commitment to public service across Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. With a Master of Arts and Bachelor of Laws, he began his legislative journey in 1999 as a member of the Andhra Pradesh Legislative Assembly, subsequently serving in consecutive terms across the states. Notably, he held pivotal roles such as Government Whip and Minister for Higher Education, NRI Affairs, Civil Supplies, and Legislative Affairs, making significant strides in education, governance, and legal reforms. Recently appointed as the Minister for Information Technology, Electronics and Communication, Industries and Commerce, and Legislative Affairs in Telangana, he continues to spearhead initiatives aimed at technological innovation and industrial growth, cementing his legacy as a transformative leader. Throughout his tenure, he has championed diverse portfolios with vision and integrity, leaving a profound impact on the socio-economic landscape of Telangana. His leadership extends beyond legislative duties to include community service and party strengthening efforts, reflecting his unwavering dedication to public welfare and progressive governance. I request Sir to deliver his keynote address.
That's fine. Very good morning to all. Sorry for the inordinate delay. As you know, the politicians, how the life begins early in the morning. A very good morning to all. In fact, I thank Priya Gazdar, the chairperson FLO of Hyderabad chapter, for inviting me here. And also I invite to the city of Hyderabad, the state of Telangana, Joyshri Das Verma ji, and all the FLO members of Hyderabad chapter. You know, I would first congratulate on the success journey of the FLO Hyderabad of making it happen. There is a slogan here, phrase here, power to empower. There is already a power in women, right? Without women, world never exists. So power to empower is a big slogan. Here in Hyderabad, back here, we were from the day one, our Chief Minister, Mr. Revant Reddy, and our government is committed for our state progress. In terms of our industrial growth, in terms of our information technologies progress, in terms of the growth in each and every sector of our governance. That's the real reason we just thought the continuation of the policies are important. Even though we fight on political ideologies, the ultimate goal and aim of each and every political executive is to see that the state progress is very important and vital. And maybe the chairperson of the nation would truly appreciate if you look back from 90s when the globalization has started taking place. The reforms started taking shape. Fortunately, we were there in the government then, and we started the reforms in a rightful manner. Incidentally, the Congress party regime was here. The Congress party regime was at center too. We took it in a very positive stride, and we began our journey post-globalization. In fact, I'm proud to say that the state of affairs now in IT, which has started in the year 1992, we were the first ones who carried and saw the global demand for IT over a period of 30 to 40 years will grow multifold. In 1992, we laid the foundation for a software technology park of India. And that where we started our innings. And over a period of time, many governments have come and gone. We were there for a couple of years from 1992, and from 94, for a decade, other parties' government was there. They carried the policies in a rightful spirit. After that, we came to the government. From 2004 till 2014, we carried with lot more vigor, and 2014 till 2023, even though the other party government was there was the continuation of the policies. That's the real reason we have been seeing our GSDP growth at the most highest level. And our point here too, the intention of our people in Telangana and the spirit of Telangana people, which have carved the state of Telangana, we have to continue for the progress of this state. And we don't have any, lot many ideas to immediately stop the policies which has been made by the earlier government. We were categorical enough to say, our chief minister in many forums have literally said that all the positive policies, progressive policies, will be carried on, even though the other government, which is from the different political ideology, was in power, we would carry forward. And now we are committed for it. And I guarantee all the MSME entrepreneurs who are sitting here, who would like to contribute to the progress of our state. We are a industry-friendly government. We would run on the advice of entrepreneurs. Our policy measures tomorrow will be in accordance and consonance to take a positive note of what you people need and frame the policies. And we are guaranteeing you, at any cost, we don't compromise on certain issues if it is related to the state progress. If somebody comes in between or try to regress the state growth in terms of our economy or in progress or in welfare, we won't literally tolerate that aspect, and we would be positively be carrying the policy initiatives which will render to whatever the needs which is being required. The other day I had an interaction with Ms. Priya Gazdar in my office. She was literally telling few issues which are concerning with FLO, especially, that too in the state of Telangana and in Hyderabad. We take a sensitive note of those issues, and we would take everybody into confidence and try to see that all the issues which are concerning to the growth and development of your chapter, especially the medium, small and micro entrepreneurs field, will be taken into consideration. That is our promise and that is our guarantee. Coming back to what this government would be doing, what is our vision? Over the past 10 years, after formation of our state, the new state, there is no MSME policy. The last leg of our drafting of our MSME policies is going on. In the next session of our assembly, we will be placing the first MSME policy. The main theme of your inclusive growth will be reflected in that MSME policy. We would take along all sectors of our society and move along, and especially in terms of the flow too, we will have a vertical which will be mentioning about what steps we would be taking to enhance the growth of MSME sector, especially for the women. There are many advantages in the policies which have been initiated by the central government, and we are taking all steps to take whatever has been initiated in that policy. We've been striving hard to get maximum of our cake from the central government. So in the process of MSME policy formulation, maybe Mr. Jayesh Ranjan would be here in the next session. He would be explaining you all people in detail. The point here is we would like to see the inclusive growth in this MSME sector. I am related to industry, small industries, medium industries, micro and major industries too. If we have literally experienced what I have seen while I was in opposition then, we used to reflect few issues regarding the micro, small and medium entrepreneurs. And this is a sector where the physical employment takes a prominent role and a dominant role. During the great epidemic, COVID, many people lost their employment because the medium, small and micro entrepreneurs have felt that heat and they've closed the shops. One entrepreneur closing their industry or the firm is a big concern. And at the same time, on the level of governments, if you see, many people were on road. Basically, all these MSMEs, which could not, really absorb the pressure, have closed down, and many people have left the organizations, and the unemployment took in a very big way, and that has caused a huge loss to the economy too. So when we had deliberations with many entrepreneurs over the state in the recent time for the past 2-3 months, we have been categorical enough to state them that we would be going and strengthening MSMEs first. Anyway, large industries will thrive. When there is an issue, when there is a problem, they will have strength, either politically, economically, or in either angle. But MSMEs, when you compare with lowest level of micro entrepreneurs, they can't sustain if there is a small problem. Then comes small, then comes medium entrepreneurs. We have to give strength to them. How do we give them? So that is an aspect what the policy is also trying to evolve some sort of a solution, a formula for them. And we would be going for it. First of all, when Sultanpur, your park was there and park is totally fell. And our policy initiative would be tomorrow for MSME policy, for the government to encourage them and to give all sorts of encouragement. We would try to see that there is some sort of a lease policy in MSME. That is not there as of now. The ownership, many people can afford maybe. The people who have a skill, people who have some sort of a vision, people who already thought of some product, people who already had some patent, they also have to be encouraged by the state. For them and for their convenience, deliberations are going on among our official circles that how it would be if we give the lease policy as one of our MSME policy formulation. This is one aspect where I think this one day the symposium of this would also deliberate on that and give us the feedback. Accordingly, we would be driving our MSME policy. And secondly, when it comes to skill, I'm proud to say that the Hyderabad and Telangana have sufficient skills. We have enough skill set to each sector of our industry. That's the real reason many people from all over the globe are coming and putting their corporations or offices or their establishments here. To enhance that skill power and to also see that the emerging technologies which are taking place at a major level, we would like to take that instances of emerging technologies taking the place at the highest esteem, and our government is trying to put a skill university, not only in terms of information technology, in terms of the core skill where even an ITI, even a polytechnic student, even a graduate, even a science or arts or BCom graduates get that skill set which are required by the industry, which are required for the research. And we accept to the fact that there is a gap between academia and the industry. What industry demands, what academia produces. Sometimes there is a gap. We always feel and see that industry always needs the skilled people. The other side, all these institutions are creating the human resource which good academic prowess, but that talent and the industry's demand talent are not meeting. So there is a gap. So we have to fill in that gap. For that reason, we just thought of putting a skill university on par with ISB. Many people would know and would have been the part of ISBs. And that skill university shall be on the international repute, which will only be governed and functioned by the industry houses, not by the government directly. That is our vision. When we had been to Davos, our chief minister has given a thought about it and was expressing this thought among the industry leaders about the skill university. And we are fortunate enough that many industry leaders who have a global repute have come forward to put in their corpus fund in the skill university on the lines of ISB. We are working on it. One is that initiative, what all you people require tomorrow, the skill which is needed for your industry. That skill, what you need, will be imparted in this skill university by the industry leaders itself, so that whenever you require that skill set, that employee will be on the job on the day one. There shall be no need for their training, and you won't be using any resources for them to get trained for 6 months or 1 year. And that will save especially the MSMEs, which will be having a productive use of them. That will be saving your finance, that shall be saving your resource power, that will be saving your time. So that at least 1 year or 6 months of your time is saved, and whatever the skill set you've been asking from the academia will be fulfilled by our skill university. That is first vision of ours. And second thing, many people would also be in terms of this information technology too. Now we are scaling up, and a wave and second wave of IT is coming up. Everybody are aware of it, artificial intelligence. And nobody will be spared. All verticals of the society will be affected by artificial intelligence. When that wave and the emerging technologies are coming forward before us, and we have to embrace it. How do we embrace it? That is the big question before us now, and that is the real reason. When we formed the government and we have seen tomorrow's onslaught of AI to every part and parcel of our life. So how do we equip ourselves? And see that in terms of the industry, if we really think about it, there are about 200 plus GCCs here in information technology. On the pharma side, we have so many GCCs, and many are going to come now. All these years, we have a great strength of making products. But as you know, the strength of USA and many European countries in terms of marketing and making the finished products by using most of our intellectual thought into their products, where in a crude way, if I can say, we are exporting dough to get a finished bread back to India with high price. Now the time has come. All our engineers, especially, have been doing the great content of coding. Almost all the companies' coding is being done in India, especially in Hyderabad after Bangalore. And that coding was very, very useful in making the products. You take Microsoft, you take any company of information technology, most of the coding takes place here. If you take the fintech companies, most of the coding and the service is done back in Hyderabad. When you take most of the international reputed banks, all the banking backwork is done here in Hyderabad. Now with the advent of AI, slightly the coding becomes obsolete. Now all these engineers who have been employed, 2 lakh and above engineers who are employed in our most of the major firms here, or the medium firms or the small firms here, will face an issue tomorrow. For them, the AI is the most crucial and critical. So we have to raise them. We have to upskill them. For few people, we have to reskill them. And we have to show the avenues for getting the skill strength to make all our people to meet the global AI phenomena which is coming and which is already there in our place too. Many people, would have been experiencing the chat GPT, all the versions are going to take place, and the new companies have come who gives every information required, every text required, whatever things to be needed, at a tip of your finger in millionth of the time. So we have to equip them so that for them to get equipped working, especially for the medium, small and micro entrepreneurs, we on behalf of IT and also on behalf of industry, we just thought we would have one digital university. That digital university will be training all our people in terms of emerging technologies. One is AI, one is cyber security, data services, quantum. All these emerging technologies are taking place where we all should be getting equipped. And I see, most of the people who are here who are into these industries and different sorts of industries. The AI also will prevail, whether it may be the core industries too, in terms of human resource, in terms of technology, in terms of any vertical, if you see, the AI takes a prominent role. When we have seen the Y2K in 2000, our Indians were the first people who have done the programming, who were the first people to be there in US, who got equipped to have a solution for them. That's the real reason many large firms have employed the people from Hyderabad at a big level. Many people would have seen maybe the youngsters wouldn't have been seen. But the same situation now, if we don't equip ourselves in terms of AI. And I was not meaning in terms of only AI in terms of information technology, but it will be spread to each and every vertical of our economy. And if we take back in terms of governance too, keeping that into aspect, initially when we had the first session of our assembly, we just thought about it, and our vision is to make Hyderabad future artificial intelligence capital. And first step what we have taken is, we have given space, about 200 acres of land in the heart of Hyderabad city for creation of this AI city. I mean to say, AI city is not only a physical structure. It shall have the architecture, what is required by the AI city, which will house not only big AI firms. I mean to say, when MSME comes into picture, I'm just coming to that. First, it will have different schools, which shall train them. AI school will be there. We will have a research facility. Many research institutions all over the globe have shown interest to come and share their premises in this coming AI city, and also see that, anyway, all the big players like Microsoft or Wipro or, Infosys will come and have their space in AI city, but we will keep a segment in the AI city for MSMEs, AI-oriented firms. And we shall see that And tomorrow our vision would be, these AI cities should produce products. So coming back, we will only be making products and we will be exporting our finished products there. That time, the brain drain took place. That is the real reason the companies have come. Now the reverse brain drain is taking place, and we would like to take the advantage of it. And we shall see that our state progress goes in the same way. And this is the vision of our, in terms of information technology, in terms of core industries too. This is our vision and our dream. And in times to come, we try to put our dream and vision while we were in Switzerland, our chief minister, and we made this voice among all our industry leaders. And the response was too interesting, too encouraging, and we don't go by ourselves. We are not technical guys. We are not non-technical guys. So we would literally take all the suggestions from the expertise and from the industry leaders to move forward. And coming down to, again, Madam, I would like to request the chairperson FLO of Hyderabad chapter again, before I close my few remarks, that please come out with a tangible, meaningful suggestions which you can make to the government, because this is the right time, because MSME policy is on the annual. Before the policy comes to the floor of the assembly, your suggestions will be deeply appreciated. Post policy, maybe, if your suggestions comes, it may be not so useful. Basically, we will be putting them into action. And we have many things in perspective to put forward on behalf of the state government, and that shall encourage MSME into a big level. And we are trying to create a fund for ourselves too, at a larger angle. I don't want to disclose it right now. That shall help basic industries, the core industries, and also MSMEs in a big level. The fund should only be oriented for MSME policy, because funds are not required for the big firms, big companies. And secondly, if you have seen our Chief Minister's vision of 3-layered industrial growth. And as you all people know, from city to outer ring road, from outer ring road to what we have been designing about RRR, regional ring road. Post-regional ring road, there is agrarian area, that is the farmers and agriculture is related. So what we thought about is, from Hyderabad till outer ring road, we'll try to encourage the soft industries. If you have seen that farmer city, now we are making it as net zero city. Net zero city is nothing but carbon emissions should be free. So we are just aiming for it, and net zero city, what Mr. Chief Minister recently was ascribing to. So outer ring road, within Hyderabad to outer ring road is one, urban, that will be for the soft industries. And from outer ring road to the regional ring road, which will have the gap of 40 to 50 acres, in and around outer ring road, which shall be connecting about 8 districts of the state. We shall be pushing the major industries there, And from regional ring road to all the periphery areas of our state, we shall be promoting the agri industries. This is our vision. So we're working on it. And at the same time, till date, as Telangana is a landlocked state, we don't have a port. From the day one, we've been working for a dry port. In couple of months from now, with the help of our central government initiative, 2 dry ports are coming, one in towards the Bombay port, and we are working out which shall be useful in terms of access to the port in our erstwhile state, now the Andhra Pradesh state. So dry ports will help those industries who are exporting their products from here. And if you see, I've been a strong crusader, the people who are sitting here, and I request the chairperson also to deliberate on the issues of developing Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. Many people over here may be having the financial or the resource capability or the strength required to promote their one arm over there in the Tier 2 or Tier 3 cities. So, keeping all these things into picture, because many people over here over the past 6-7 months being into this ministry have been seeing, everybody would be looking for a small piece of land, a promotion of their industry, or making a request to encourage them only in Hyderabad. We want to make all parts of Telangana other Hyderabad's. Every part of our Telangana should be developed, because you find the similar skill sets which are required by industry, even in the remote parts of Telangana, because we are mostly a highly educated state. Skills are there. And you people should really exploit their skill and see that there is a win-win situation between industry and also providing employment. This is our way forward. Hopefully, all the issues what I have been mentioning about here will be discussed, will be deliberated in a day-long symposium, and hope the state gets the best and meaningful suggestions from your side. With this, I would like to conclude. I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for addressing the gathering today. Your insightful address has left us inspired and motivated. We deeply appreciate your presence and valuable contribution to our event. I request the past chairpersons of FLO and FLO Hyderabad, FLO governing body member, Ms. Lubaina Shapurwala, to join for a picture with the chief guest on the dais.
morning to you all. Many thanks for this wonderful session. I thank FLO for this wonderful event. And thank you very much, Honorable Minister Sridhar Babu Garu, for actually visiting and sharing wonderful insight. My name is Murli. I'm from Vedavak Systems Limited Company. My question is, sir, you are planning actually for the outer ring roads and regional ring roads. It's a fantastic plan. In my view, we should also plan for railways also. Rail connect actually so that we'll have swift travel possibilities there.
Yeah.
So I request, hopefully you may be planning that. If then that can be steered, in short span of time, we can reach any quantum of distance easily. This is my view, sir. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Thanks for the input. And we're also planning actually, the next visit of our Chief Minister right now is in Delhi. We are planning a rail track around the regional ring road. It's about 320 kilometers. And which shall be connecting to the radial roads of the outer ring road. That is the plan where we are planning to do it. So that the mobility will never be an issue, just like in our neighboring state. That is our main vision. Mobility is an issue, and the basic resources, like they are facing the water crisis there. Then our neighboring state, I need not mention about it. But the mobility and all we are taking into account, and we are, as you rightly said, we will try to put it into action. Thank you.
Sir, good morning, sir. This is Surya Jidigunta. I am BRICS countries energy convener. Thanks for that fantastic opening speech, sir. And to add to the mobility, we recently did a EV conference in T-Hub, and as part of Telangana e-mobility valley also, if we can kind of promote MSMEs in battery manufacturing and EV ancillary services, that will be a great boost to the Telangana economy, because as you know, right, 30%, we want to target EVs by 2030. So I think if we can focus on these MSMEs for the EV space, that would be great, sir. Thank you.
That, in every vertical of the industry, when we thought of AI city, when we are doing our deliberations on that, for example, I'm just quoting, that in AI city also we have to promote MSMEs. Until unless we promote, they can't become big companies. So in the same way, now it is EV, and tomorrow it shall be hydrogen. And we will be promoting the MSMEs in the way they require. That's the real reason today's discussions among the FLO entrepreneurs will make some meaningful suggestions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, brother.
Namaskar, Minister Saab. I compliment you for excellent talk you have given, and more so now you said policy, and further you invited FLO to give the suggestions. Wonderful. I compliment you for this. My name is R.A. Sharma. Perhaps I am the eldest person here, only 81 years young.
Yeah.
And I work, 18 hours a day. I am BTech Mechanical Engineering, Electrical Engineering, Chemical Engineering, Civil Engineering, MBA, Master in Real Estate, Master in Plant and Machinery, Master in Yoga. And I practice yoga. I am member of Sri Ramchandra Mission, practice 3 hours meditation daily. That gives, cosmic energy. Sir, coming to the point, I have seen the period, till 92 I was general manager with Rasi Cement, one of the biggest cement plant in the country. Since 92, I have seen the era of ISO. Thereafter, now ESG and sustainability has come. You have said very nicely, you are now making the policy which was not there earlier. I congratulate you and your government. So, during ISO period, sir, government gave a lot of help, more so than AP government. So, I request you to kindly incorporate in the MSME policy the help government can give. Now you see, this ESG and sustainability implementation is very costly affair. Other day, Price and Waterhouse, they have been quoting 50 lakhs. Of course, Hyderabad and TS consultant won't cost that much, but it's still 5 lakh, 10 lakh, 20 lakhs like that. Whether government can give any subsidy on that, then only it is possible for MSME to do it. Otherwise, I tell you, sir, it is only in the conference halls, AC rooms. Now also, I tell you, I have done a lot of survey. I am here for the last 40 years at Hyderabad. I have surveyed many industries and I found many people have, hundreds of people have reported ESG. You, from your government angle, you see, they are all in the boardroom only. I repeat, all reports are in the boardroom only. It has not gone to worker, supervisor, even other heads. So we need your kind help in that direction. Thank you very much. I compliment you once more. R.A. Sharma. I am Managing Director of half dozen companies at Hyderabad. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharma Saab. You know, if we think of we attaining 81 years, maybe all our senses, we hope and pray God are in place. And secondly, being, doing so many degrees and so many technical qualifications on your back and so much of experience on your back, all your suggestions will be taken in a right and positive spirit, sir. For the past 81 years, you should have seen many governments too. Sir, I would like to make a point before your good selves. Sir, maybe few suggestions which are being made by the civil society or the technocrats, maybe few are kept aside. But over a period of time, if you see, sir, ours is still a very young nation. We are not a nation which have 400 years of independence. We are just crossed 75 years. We just celebrated 75 years of India's freedom. And with 1.5 billion strength of our population, we are making strides now. And tomorrow, in times to come, we shall be the most and effective economic nation of the country, with the people like you over here at the age of 81, you are contributing for the productivity of the state and the nation. We really appreciate you, sir, and we welcome all the suggestions you give us. Because what happens, sir, what happens in terms of while framing the policy, we will always be guided by rules and regulations, which the suggestions we take can be curtailed to that level of thing. So maybe over a period of time, what would have happened is the suggestions people like you would have been made, they would have been bypassed. With respect, I would like to say and would like to request, please come to us sometime and we will make a call, our department will make a call to you and take your valuable suggestions from you too personally, even though your suggestions over here will contribute to Hyderabad chapter of the FLO, and they will also putting their suggestions on their paper. And literally thank you for making, great suggestions. And, sir, looking at you, I already feel I'm 81 years. Because the energy you have, I don't have. You work for 18 hours a day. More, hopefully I'll take the best examples of you. Thank you very much.
Can you hear me? My name is Lubaina. I have traveled from Bombay.
Yes, sir. I'll take it while going.
I run a manufacturing MSME, and I'm also part of the FLO team. Coming from the angle of FLO, when you're setting up industry hubs, my query was, would there be conveniences set up for women, like a daycare center, or maybe a working women's hostel, or even elder care? Because when women go out to work, there's dependency, there's this dual role that they play at home as well. So this is a very important part of the ecosystem to enable women to go out to work. So would these sort of conveniences also be set up in and around the industry hubs?
Yes, a great suggestion, ma'am. And the conveniences of what have been said, what the chairperson Flo was also just telling about the space they required, the land they required for the next this thing. We shall see that all the conveniences are in place. The crests also will be there, and everything we shall try to say. The beautiful suggestion you have given, and we will be working on it. Thank you, ma'am.
So very good morning, sir, and congratulations to the new team. And I've been following you on Facebook and LinkedIn and all. You've been very vibrant. Congratulations,
Not
sir.
exactly, madam. I'm just on the way.
So I'm Kavita Rajesh. I'm the former president of Hyderabad Management Association and also president ABWCI, Association of Businesswomen in Commerce and Industry, and also associated with Delhi, where our president met you recently. And so I have a point here which MSMEs are having a major crisis is one, purchase preference for women, probably as a state policy. When we are talking about the public service undertakings taking SMEs products, it's not happening in the real scale as a 3% purchase preference which is given. As a state policy, why don't we make it mandate that women SMEs, the preference is given at the local level? Because when we are fighting, we are fighting at the national level. When you're talking about the GEM portal, we are fighting with the multinationals, nationals and locals. So that kind of state preferences are given that gets a good hold for the SMEs to function better. Thank you, sir.
Definitely, ma'am. Thank you for the compliment. I have to work for that compliment to come in the future. And definitely we shall put that into our mind and we shall work on it. I'll deeply delve into it, and I shall ask my officers also to go slightly more into that and come back to you. Sure, thank you.
Thank you so much for a wonderful session, sir. It gives us a lot of hope for the MSME sector, all that you mentioned. Just to take a little ahead of what Lubain mentioned, is that one, we already have, FLO has an industrial park like Joyshri had mentioned, but the common facilities center is yet to be made there. And what the government normally prescribes in the common facilities center is not what necessarily the perfect fit for women. So these changes need to be incorporated. One, like she said, the daycare center, we may want a health center also there, a cafeteria there, a little like a dorm there, and some safety measures for women. And most importantly, a request, yes, this park is completely sold, functional, operational and everything. And we have a new we were part of the older team that set up the whole thing. Now we have a wonderful, very dynamic new team, Kamini, Uma, all of these people. So if a second phase could very quickly be, sort of thought of and allocated, that would be wonderful.
Sure. In terms of facilities, in continuation of ma'am who spoke, we definitely will be taking everything into consideration because the new parks will have all those things, I can guarantee. And it should be a model. Yes. Please suggest what is being required. And we will try to put everything into that aspect, all the conveniences or what the facilities required. And you told about a doctor and how well we can arrange that facility with our medical and health department. If a village is nearly located, we can try to push in a small PHC. Or if the corporate leaders can come and really assist in their CSR to put up a small primary health center, we will be trying to work out on the same. Thank you for the great input.
Good morning, sir, and good morning, everyone here. I am just a decade younger to Mr. Sharma, 81 years. Ram Mohan Namile, retired chief manager in Indian Bank, 71 not out. My question or share of thought is that there is a program in Government of India called Skill India.
Yes.
My interpretation of Skill India is skill every Indian, irrespective of gender, both male and female, which are the prime genders, more particularly women. We are all consumers. Every Indian, 150 billion Indians, so 150 crores, 1.5 billions, we are all consumers, but only few are producers or sellers. A purchaser or a buyer has no right, in my words, unless he possesses something to deliver a physical product or a service product. To that extent, we need to scale each and every Indian citizen. So this is my share of thought to you. To what extent you can take it forward, kindly do it. Thank you, sir.
Sure, sir. The main objective is to focus everybody. We shall put our governance, we shall include everybody. This shall be the inclusive government. We will not, decide by the gender or by any strength, sir. Everybody are equal, and we will try to see that the same conveniences or facilities or the incentives shall be given to each and every guy. And secondly, when it comes to Skill India, that is a different aspect altogether, sir. What I've been speaking about, the Skill University, the Skill University will owned, managed, and also be functioned by the industry leaders. The government only shall be a part and parcel in terms of regulation. But industry leaders only will guide and see that this university runs according to their needs. That is our intention. The Skill India is a different part of the program where when we started in 2011, the Skill India, and later the central government, now it is by different government, they have all taken it to a different level. So we appreciate it. But the point here is they have given this franchises to the district levels or to many centers. Few courses over there, what they've been trying to skill. After 45 days of the skilling, he is not been provided a job. There is no link. And government gives the incentive, those people who comes for the skill school, they will also be given certain sort of a small scholarship. So we don't want to come into that. That will go parallelly. We want to have this specified and specific university where the industry leaders take keen interest. If you have seen, sir, ISB, all the industry leaders only runs it. The same way, we are planning for it. Hopefully, next couple of months, we will be shaping it because the corpus funds and all are coming. And after that, we will be shaping it and giving it to public.
It's a very wonderful idea, sir, Skill University. That my interpretation of Skill India means what I was trying to tell you that without any exception, each and every Indian
Yeah, sure, sir.
possesses some skill. Unless he is something he is having to sell, he has no right to buy morally.
Yes, definitely. Thank you very much.
One last question, and then we are signing an MOU.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity. Today, I'm here as a President Telangana Bee Hub. It's not Tea Hub, but it's a Bee Hub, because no more bees, no more pollination. So from past 5 years, I've been working on this. Being an educationist, I run a school, but knowing the importance of this, there was zero when I started. But now, with the help of MSME, Madam Glory Sarupa Ma'am, or DG Manage Chandrasekhar sir, with that support, we are doing a good job in Telangana promoting honeybees. So I would like to request you to have a technology, because we think honeybees are only for honey. But there are like 6 other very important byproducts of honeybees, like venom, royal jelly, wax, propolis, so which are very good innovations. And I would like to ask space in IT where we can have innovation in that, because We still don't have validation about the bee venom because it's our roots, bee venom, then leech therapy. These are all part of Ayurveda. But how can we do more about it and validation on this? Maybe we can use AI or some kind of space where new innovators can do lot of innovation in this, because it's a ocean, and it not only creates employment but also nutritious benefit, and self-help groups. I am doing a lot of other byproducts from honeybees. So, and also flora, sir, because I've seen in IT parks they are mostly planting all these ornamental plants, but bee-friendly plants, when we have naturally the bees and the birds, we do attract. So I request you to see that, wherever the plantation is happening, these bee-friendly plants, we have made 30 plants, so we have those plants also. So AI technology in agriculture and for the bees, because this year is only for the organic farming and natural farming. So bees do promote pollination and other things. So thank you. Sorry?
Yeah.
No. Bees
No,
are,
time.
that is a myth. So ma'am is asking bees hurt. But no, bees actually are, that venom is used for lot of diseases. And every day I become...
Bees definitely hurt. That is if you go to bee, definitely
No.
hurt.
That is a myth. That 5 types of bees are there, which we see on the trees. Those are the rock bees, which hurt us. But there are other bees like stingless bees, Melipona and Trigona. Then we have Mellifera, which we are doing in Italian bees. Though they sting us, for few days that inflammation will be there. But that venom, when it is there in our body, it heals. So don't be scared that bees hurt us, but only if they are in swarm, and those are rock bees which are on trees. But these bees which are doing in scientifically in the beehives, so that is completely different. I request you to please come over to my apiary, then I will show you how it works. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. And in fact, I think you got an award for this also. Congratulations for it. And whatever you've been mentioning, definitely our V-Hub CEO is also here. Sita is here. She would, have some sort of a conversation with you, how we can definitely relate. Maybe we can't create one more organization, the V-Hub and all. But we all know that the byproducts are useful for the health industry, and especially the cosmetic industry too. And we appreciate it. And all your suggestions will be taken, and Sita will coordinate with you. And I agree to the point made by the madam, that bees definitely hurt. You are telling them to have that sting heat for 5 days. But we can't distinguish what is the best bee to get stung. Yes, ma'am, I'm just joking. I'm just kidding. So definitely, that's also one aspect. And what you said about this plants and all, we will try to put to the horticulture department. Your suggestion we'll try to put to the horticulture department. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I now request Director General, MSME, Dr. Glory Swarupa, to please grace the dais. Neha, MSME Assistant, EC Head will assist. We are delighted to announce the landmark MOU between FLO and MSME that promises to drive innovation and collaboration in our industry. I request FLO National President Joyshri Das Verma and Director General MSME Dr. Glory Swarupa to sign the MOU.
So, so good morning all. I hope we have not moved into good afternoon yet. This is a very prestigious MOU because MSME is the only institution of its kind in all of India which is involved in capacity building, skill upgradation, research, and is a continuous learning organization for officials, for startups, for micro companies. And they have been doing yeoman service to the nation for the last 63 years. And we are fortunate that the campus is in Hyderabad alone. So FLO National, at our level, are signing an MOU with MSME for knowledge exchange, for mentor pool exchange, and for further education of our members. And we hope that MSME will come on board with full force, and FLO will be able to utilize the advantages that they bring to our ecosystem to the fullest extent. I will request Dr. Glory Swarupa to say a few words.
Namaskar. Honorable Minister Sri Sridhar Babu Garu, FLO President, National President Ms. Varmaji, and Ms. Priyaji, and all the Executive Committee of FLO and invited guests. Good afternoon and greetings from National Institute for Micro, Small, Medium Enterprises, Ministry of MSME, Government of India. We keep signing many MOUs with various organizations, but I want this MOU to be very, very purposeful and result-oriented and a measurable outcome. As told by Ms. Priyaji, we are serving the nation for the past 64 years for the growth and development of MSMEs, for policy advocacy, capacity building, research, consultancy, and beyond Indian shores. We are also building the capacity of international executives representing 150 countries. My apologies for being late, because two teams, one from UNIDO, United Nations Industrial Development Organization, and also Danish Patent Trademark Office officials were in the campus. That's how I was late. For any assistance related to MSME growth, you can approach us, whatever is possible. We will help you out. We are with you. Thank you very much.
I think we can assure you, you just started by saying that you've signed and lots of MOUs, but this one definitely is going to be different, and we are going to honor the true spirit of the MOU. And FLO Hyderabad and why FLO Hyderabad will ensure that there is no deviation on that.
Thank you, sir. This actually concludes the session for now. We will now take a quick 15-minute break for tea and reassemble for our next session, Women-led MSMEs, Opportunities, Challenges and Expectations.
Yes. July, right? 20th. Happy to know that the fourth edition of the FLO Hyderabad Style Tattva, a lifestyle and a fashion spectrum exhibition, is going to conduct a biggest ever exhibition in the city of Hyderabad.
Sir, it's a Bahubali.
City of Hyderabad. And we also take pride, especially in the FLO Hyderabad chapter and the Style Tattva. Also, all the women enterprises, entrepreneurs have come forward. Even though with the issues they are facing, they've been successful enough to conduct earlier 3 exhibitions in a big way, and they're planning to conduct a 4th biggest ever exhibition. And Hyderabad, as such, is a host for many international exhibitions, and that this exhibition also will be a pride in the jewel in terms of the women entrepreneurs. And I wish on behalf of Government of Telangana, all these 200 and odd exhibition stalls which they exhibit, their produce, their manufacturing units will have a greater connect with the globe. I wish them all the success and I wish you all the best.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. I, Neha Reddy, EC Head, MSME Assist Cell, FLO Hyderabad, welcome you all to the much anticipated panel discussion on women-led MSMEs, opportunities, challenges, and expectations. We have an incredible lineup of distinguished speakers who bring a wealth of experience and insights into the realm of women-led MSMEs. Our discussion will delve into the various facets of entrepreneurship, the challenges women face in the MSME sector, and the immense opportunities available to them. Each of our panelists has made significant contributions to their respective fields, and their collective wisdom promises to provide us with valuable perspective and actionable insights. It is my honor to invite Chairperson Priya Gazdar and our first panelist, Dr. Glory Swarupa, onto the dais. And I also request our Chairperson to please facilitate Dr. Glory Swarupa. Dr. Glory Swarupa is a distinguished expert with over 25 years of experience in entrepreneurship and skill development. She has collaborated with key union ministries including Commerce and Industry, Environment, Education, Fisheries, and MSME. Her expertise spans policy advocacy, research, program design, training, and consultancy. Dr. Swarupa has implemented numerous national schemes focusing on entrepreneurship, skill development, MSME, rural development, and agriculture. Her leadership continues to be instrumental in sensitizing developing countries on good practices of the Indian MSME sector. As the first Woman Director General of MSME, she has driven the promotion of agro-rural clusters across India and aligned initiatives with national priorities and UN Sustainable Development Goals. Dr. Swarupa is dedicated to doubling the number of women entrepreneurs and establishing centers of excellence in clean and future technologies. She is a member of several high-profile committees and boards. In recognition of her contributions and services in various sectors, she has been conferred with several awards and honors, such as UN SDG Award for Gender Equality, Lifetime Achievement Award in MSME, Excellence in Education Award, and recognition as one of Telangana's women leaders in MSME. Thank you, ma'am, for joining us. Next, I invite Ms. Sita Palochola, CEO of VHub, on the dais and request our chairperson to extend a warm felicitation to our esteemed speaker. Ms. Sita Palochola, CEO of VHub, is a computer engineer deeply passionate about technology, community building, and entrepreneurship. With a career spanning over 15 years, she has worked with entrepreneurial ecosystems stretching beyond geographical and sector boundaries. From founding her first venture, an experiential learning and development organization in 2009, to taking over as the CEO of VHub in 2024, she has launched several ventures and managed significant VC portfolios. Sita has also liaised with multiple state and national governments, including India, Singapore, Thailand, and Indonesia. During her stint in Singapore, she played a pivotal role in the growth of numerous women-led businesses. On her return to India in 2015, she founded the Angel Summit, a national platform headquartered in Hyderabad, aimed at uniting leaders and change makers to address pressing issues concerning women worldwide. With a robust technical foundation and keen business acumen, Sita bridges the gap between technology and entrepreneurship, leveraging innovation to drive meaningful change through an emphatic approach. Thank you, Sita, for joining us. I now invite our third panelist, Ms. Vatsala Mishra, onto the dais, and I request our chairperson to extend a warm welcome and felicitate our illustrious speaker. Ms. Vatsala Mishra is currently Director, MSME and Retail, Government of Telangana, and the OSD to Special Chief Secretary, Industries and Commerce Department, Government of Telangana. Vatsala, since completing her MBA in General Management from IIM Ahmedabad in 2017, has been working with the Government of Telangana for the last 7 years. In the Industries Department, Vatsala oversees activities related to MSME, retail, and design sectors. She is currently working on various initiatives to support MSME growth, such as digitizing MSMEs, the RAM project of the Ministry of MSME, Telangana State MSME policy, and collaborations with relevant industry stakeholders. Vatsala is also working on the operationalization of the Center of Design Excellence in Hyderabad in collaboration with IIT Hyderabad. She is committed to making Telangana the hottest destination for MSMEs, retail, and design companies. Thank you for joining us, Vatsala. Lastly, I would like to introduce our moderator for this panel, Ms. Priya Gazdar, Chairperson, FLO Hyderabad. Priya is a brand management and marcom specialist with over 25 years of experience in branding, advertising, media, and strategic PR. As Director and CEO at RBC Worldwide, Priya has led projects for over 500 national and international brands, including Apollo Group of Hospitals, Aster Group of Hospitals, Joy Lucas Group, Bharat Biotech International Limited, IKP Knowledge Park, Priya Foods, and many more. Priya is also the director at McLean Group of Companies, which has interests in facility management, hospitality, skilling, education, and coffee estates, employing over 7,000 staff over 25 locations in India. Priya has been with FLO Hyderabad for the last 6 years, where she has served in various capacities, including Head of Orgcom, Honorary Secretary, and Head of the Startup and Incubation Cell. Priya was recently awarded the Inspiring Leader Brand Management Award at Times Power Woman Award 2024. With such an accomplished panel, let's look forward to a highly enlightening and inspiring discussion. I request Chairperson Priya Gazdar to take the discussion forward.
Thank you, Neha. Hello? Yes, thank you. So, as you saw, each of our guests has a very, very illustrious track record behind them. And at FLO, we are truly invested in using the power to empower. And over the next 45 minutes, we will hear from our panelists about the unique challenges, opportunities that shape the path for women entrepreneurs, and also see which success strategies are efficient and effective. Many women are turning to entrepreneurship. They're creating businesses that cater to niche markets or provide unique services. This entrepreneurial spirit is essential for economic diversity, for innovation and economic growth. After all, we are 50% of the population. My first question is to Dr. Glory Swarupa. What specific programs or initiatives has MSME implemented to support women entrepreneurs in the MSME sector?
Once again, greetings to all the participants over here. I think we have entrepreneurs and media and invited guests and also the esteemed panel. I think FLO is exclusively working for the development of women and also empowering women. So from Ministry of MSME, we do have many schemes. So very vibrant schemes are close to 50 again, as 50% of women population. Difficult to narrate all the skills, all the schemes. But the latest one, because I think all are from Telangana only, right? The gathering is from Telangana. The very relevant scheme for Telangana state is RAMP, that is Raising and Accelerating MSMEs Performance. Earlier, our ministry, they were implementing the schemes and from top-down approach, like at ministry, the decision was taken, policy is implemented, and all the states, they have to just to follow the guidelines. But this RAMP, the speciality of the RAMP scheme is all the states were made part of this scheme. Like they were given a target to come out with their own priorities. So we worked with all the states. For that also consultancy support was provided to make their own strategic plan. So that is called SIP. So state investment plan is also prepared, and we handheld the plan of many states. Now it is being awarded. It's a World Bank funded scheme. Telangana also got, I think, close to 150 crores released in the first installment. For entire state, the plan implementation, again, we are hand-holding them. In that, women empowerment is it is already incorporated. And apart from this, in all the schemes of Ministry of MSME are the schemes implemented by Government of Telangana for industrial growth and development. 35% subsidy is earmarked for women, and some cases it is close to 50% again. One thing is lack of information. There is no awareness. Whom to approach, when to approach, where to go, and how to do, and some other aspects also. We have our state office in Balanagar Crossroads. That is called MSME DFO, Micro Small Medium Enterprises Development and Facilitation Office. Being a national institution, we are largely into policy advocacy, research, consultancy, and building the capacity of cadre officers and very senior officers of the country. And so the development of the state is taken care by our state office and also Government of Telangana Industries Department. That office is located in Chiragali Lane, headed by the director. And now the principal chief secretary is Mr. Jayesh Ranjan. I think everyone knows the principal chief secretary because he has been heading this department for last many years. I think Vatsala is from that department only. So you can get more details from them. And we have, government has made a policy to procure from women entrepreneurs, either goods, services, products, all these things. For that, you have to get registered in GEM, that is Government E-Marketplace. It is called GEM, Government E-Marketplace. Any entrepreneur, irrespective of the gender, should be registered in that portal. We have the mandate. All government institutions and establishments has the mandate to procure from women entrepreneurs at least 3% of our requirement, be it flour, be it pencil, paper, water bottle, to the highest order of the requirements related to all government establishments, we have to procure for them. This information is not, aware by most of the entrepreneurs. That's why I think they are unable to do, but whoever is in the GEM, we are procuring. Likewise, entire country requirements, be it aerospace, be it atomic energy, be it food processing, all the ministries and institutions. So we have to take it from women entrepreneurs and also SC/ST entrepreneurs. Every quarter we have a review on that, and every year the performance is rated, and if there is a gap, it is again, given a thrust. So why we are unable to take up? So all these things are there. Government is supporting women entrepreneurs, and it is up to the woman. How do you come out and grab it? I will tell you to grab it. No one will come to your doorstep and try to help you. You come and this is the package available, this is the module available, take it. It is not so. So please come out and make benefit of all these programs and all these packages. Beyond this, we have skill development programs and many other things. We are also doing that. Please check the website of MSME and website of all these institutions. Visit them and take the maximum advantage of all these schemes.
Thank you, ma'am. So from what ma'am just related, we understood that we have to change the saying from God helps those who help themselves to government helps those women who help themselves, right? So I think we have to become more aware. We have to study what is already there on their websites. We have to make that effort by ourselves. So despite that, how does VHub support women entrepreneurs in navigating the challenges of starting and scaling? And what are the typical hurdles that you have seen that they face?
Thank you, Priya, first of all, for the opportunity. And let me congratulate you on all the fantastic stuff you're doing with FLO. You've given me a tough spot just before lunch, right? So I deleted all the data and I said, okay, I'll speak from the heart. Because I'm also speaking to a large group of women who are doing many things, entrepreneurial and in the leadership space, right? So they know these hurdles, they know the challenges. More importantly, what are we doing as an institution to address these challenges? VHub has been defined until so far as India's first state-led incubator for women. All the programs that we undertake fall into the pre-incubation, incubation, and acceleration space. Just like our Honorable IT Minister, sir, and our CM, sir, I've walked into this role 4 months ago. However, 15 years of working with women entrepreneurs and being in the entrepreneurial space and in the investor space, I can clearly tell you not much has changed in terms of hurdles. Networking platforms, access to funds, social bias, so we call it perception bias, right? Specifically for MSMEs. So Republic of Korea and India, right, are interestingly the two places in the world where women find it most difficult to raise funds in the MSME sector. Interesting fact, but unfortunately it is true. The reason being there is a heavy stereotyping of women in entrepreneurial roles, especially in the MSME sectors, because you now need to access credit linkage or go for funds, and then you have to prove yourself. Double the amount of your male counterpart, because you have to say, well, I can, while being the primary caregiver to my family and doing all of this XYZ stuff, I'm going to repay the loan. I'm going to, ensure all my financial fulfillments of my enterprises are met. And to almost spend more than 50 to 60% of your resources in just making them understand that you are a viable business option. I see a lot of nodding heads because it does not pass even economic stratas. It cuts across, right? No matter where you are, you need to put in that extra effort as a woman to say that your business is the best and you deserve the funding and the networking and all of the other things that come through. I can go on and on and on, but these access to funding, right, is the biggest challenge. And I'm not just talking about raising capital. You can talk about micro businesses just getting credit linkages, right? They're not able to establish that they are autonomous and they are the financial decision makers in the business for them to get the credit linkage. So what we are addressing as an institution is working within the SAFE network as sustainable in terms of being resilient to external financial shocks, so that women are prepared to run their businesses and are financially literate and prepared for these external shocks. A, autonomous, make independent decision makers of the women who run these businesses. F, formal. So around 96.5%, according to Ministry of MSME, businesses still not formalized, micro enterprises, right? So we want to ensure that they're formal and compliant. And E, employment generating. So somebody said something about earning, learning, and earning. It has to be a continuous journey. It applies across the board. So we want to continually help these women in MSMEs earn, learn, earn, and make that a journey, because a lot of them drop out after just wanting to survive, right? Where are we seeing the growth? Thank you. I hope I've answered that question.
Yes, you have. This harks back to the very basic requirement that women, daughters, as wives, should have a say in the family property, because that's when banks will even give them any loans, because what is the collateral otherwise that they can, present to the bank. So this, I think, is part of the policy that's coming up. That's what we've heard, and kudos to that, and I do hope that that comes through quickly. Vatsala? So you just heard what was the conversation happening, and so can you tell us about some government policies that are already currently in place to support women MSME entrepreneurs in Telangana, and are there any new initiatives that we can expect coming up soon?
Thank you for the question. The Telangana government, the previous government, actually launched two policies for MSMEs and large industries also, called T-Idea and T-Pride. So T-Idea covers a lot of incentives and subsidies ranging from investment subsidy, interest subsidy, low-cost land subsidy. So in terms of women entrepreneurs, some special benefits which are already being given under T-Idea. One is under the investment subsidy, where they are being given 10% extra compared to other entrepreneurs, and capping of 10 lakh extra compared to the normal MSMEs. In addition to that, there's another policy, T-Pride, which is specially for SC/ST entrepreneurs. So they are being given many more benefits over and above the normal MSME benefits. Then there are some sectoral policies. So there are some thrust areas for Telangana, focus sectors like food processing, textiles, electronics. So all of these also have their own dedicated policies which the MSMEs can make use of. Then there are some new upcoming policies like our Honorable Minister mentioned during the inaugural function. There is an MSME policy which we are coming out with. So we are currently working on that. And then there are some other policies which will also support industries like exports policies, medical tourism policy, green energy policy. There's a revised EV policy which is in the pipeline, exports policy. So all these policies will also in a way support the MSMEs, like really grow in the next few years. Thank you.
So there's a lot we can look forward to and a lot that's already happening. And like ma'am also reiterated that it is up to us to access these benefits. Maybe we should all have consultants if we don't have the time and energy to go through these, the fine print that's already there for us to study. To unlock the full potential as entrepreneurs and leaders, this is a very crucial thing for economic prosperity. In that context, how does MSME facilitate skill development and capacity building for women in particular?
I'm very happy to share that way back in 2009, the institution has given the responsibility by Government of India to develop skill development modules. The very first module, I think for 11 courses it was developed, and 43 programs were conducted in the campus. Then the requirement is very huge. Some important institutions and a ministry has developed 161 modules, and programs started across India in all the states. Then it was segmented like women-oriented skills, then technical skills, and the skills for all. So these three categories were made. It was very difficult for MSME to implement it across India. That's how the demand was raised, and a new ministry has come out, a dedicated Ministry for Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, MSDE, since 2014. So we remained with the Ministry of MSME, and two institutions with our ministry, the young institutions, were given to a Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. Under that, we have very specific women-oriented skills. Actually, the notion is that women can do only fashion, women can do only food, and some people also say that 3 Ps, like papad, pickle, petticoat, and these things. But it is not so. There are women who are making a precision tool for Bharat Dynamics, and who are making precision tools only for defense ministry. That directly goes to Raksha Mantri for their approval. And the women who are doing exports into very niche biotechnology sector. So irrespective of the skilling they were doing, they have already established themselves, but realizing the potential of women, a little bit of capacity building and hands-on skills. So A to Z, I can tell, the sectors are defined now. We have 41 sector skill councils with the Government of India, Agriculture Sector Skill Council, Automotive, Telecom, like that, you name anything. Again, for entrepreneurship and exports, we have Sector Skill Council, construction, like that we have. So these programs are happening across the country. Apart from our ministry, so all the ministries are given the mandate to implement this skill development, including Northeast and Union Territories. Ministry of Agriculture is doing, textiles, rural development, women and child development, they have been into this mission. So a lot of skilling is happening, but this skilling should be coupled with self-employment opportunities or a gainful wage employment. That is the objective of entire skill development implemented by Government of India. But many places it is not happening. In hospitality sector, it is happening with the 3 months compulsory placements, and they're working there only for 3 months and they're going back because the aspirations are very high and the wages paid are very low. So it's a process, and it will take a lot of time, not only for women, even for the youth, educated, unemployed youth. From 2%, we could reach to 5% in India. When the skill mission started, India's percentage of skilled manpower in the country was only 2%. Now it is 5%, but our neighboring country, China, then the Japan, South Korea, even small countries in Asia, Vietnam and Thailand, they are above 50%. And South Korea is the highest, 90+%. So we have a very tall task in India to impart the skills to 50+% of population in the country. So it's going on. So everywhere it's happening. Apart from that, under CSR, many PSUs, public sector units, are also imparting the skill. Banks are doing, and many multinational companies are doing. So one has to be very selective because all these programs are free. So since it is free, people should not just go and sit or register and deny the opportunity for other. They should be very specific what skill they are looking for and what is the level. Now we have come out with levels. So starting from 3 to 12. So which level I am suitable and what I am looking for. Whether it is only for awareness or to source the raw material or looking for a license or looking for supply to a bigger industry as an ancillary unit, or what is that I am looking for, or is it for job creation of another 2 women? So that's how one has to analyze themselves, their own need, because no one else can do this, and approach the right institute and complete that module fully. And next is, if there is an opportunity, then they should look for the next level of certification, or getting into exports, export licenses, something like that. Then it will be very meaningful, and one should have a self-target after completing this program. So even if it is free program, every woman or youth, they'll be investing time starting from 130 hours to 560 hours. These skill programs are have a duration, specific duration. After investing that, what they are going to do. That self-target is must. So they should convert that skill, knowledge and information into their own business. Whatever, small, big. Then it will be more meaningful, and there will be definitely challenges and hurdles. Then they can approach the training institution or the helplines, toll-free numbers, or the consultants, or the institutions, and they should try to progress and contribute to the country's investment on this skilling, because a lot of investments are happening. It should not be limited going and attending something, getting a certificate, and keeping quiet and looking for next free opportunity. That should not happen. So exclusive programs are there, even in the IT sector, like now artificial intelligence and Industry 4.0, many high-end skill development programs are happening. We are also implementing for very limited number as a national institution in the campus, because we cannot cater and we cannot really meet that demand. So people should be very specific and make use of, again, the good investments being done by Government of India through this skill, and they should convert this opportunity again into a better opportunity to be on their own and to help the women who are looking for these kind of opportunities.
Thank you, ma'am. That's really like a big eye-opener for all of us, that so much is happening and we haven't somehow not been able to access all these. And I think for that, even a lot of networking is important, right? So what are the mentorship and networking opportunities that VHub provides for women in MSMEs?
Sure. So we believe in sector-specific mentorship because it's directly, it's a tangible thing. So when women come to us from MSMEs, we have group sessions, we have one-on-one interventions, because we understand the nuances of women running MSMEs or any business for that matter of fact. So another thing that we are heavily focusing on now is to have monthly networking plus mentorship roundtables that will help them sort of have access to people who've been aspirational leaders within the sectors that they're aiming to build. So that's something that I can speak about. Yeah. So, for example, if it is somebody in the FMCG sector or in the, maybe it's a fintech company, then we will have somebody who has done well, grown and scaled, contribute X amount of fixed hours to these selected MSMEs where they can train them on the different aspects that have been hurdles to them. So sort of give them a cheat code and say, hey, we've gone through this, don't do that, and learn from us. And we will create access points to you, specific access points depending on what your needs are, in terms of building your business, in terms of accessing funds, in terms of scale. We're very focused on scale because women have no problem starting. They have no problem starting. I think everybody collectively would agree. Scale is the biggest issue, and that's where most of the dropouts happen. Yeah, so they're going to be focused on, mentorship is going to be focused on scale and growth, including networking and collaborative events. Yeah, thank you.
I think we are all finding the value in these collaborations and collaborative events. Vatsala, so on that, staying on that point, are there any government collaborations with the private sector which aim to support women entrepreneurs in the MSME sector?
Yeah, in fact, we have had several MOUs with many private organizations to support MSMEs in different areas such as issues of delayed payment, market access, getting onto the this equity markets, so and digitization. So one of the most successful initiatives, as many of you may know, is our Telangana State Global Linker, which we started in 2019 in collaboration with the Global Linker people. So they have a network of around 5 lakh MSMEs in and around Southeast Asia region. And in Telangana itself, we have around 14,000 MSMEs now registered onto this portal. So what this portal does is that they give opportunity to MSMEs to create free websites on a free website, this domain, and e-stores where they can just digitize themselves with the help of templates and connect with the markets across India. In fact, I remember during the COVID period, there were a couple of case studies of MSMEs, which is very interesting. They were actually able to grow and expand during the COVID period with the help of Global Linker portal. So we have a lot of live case studies which have been very successful through this portal. Then there were some initiatives again with entities like Just Dial, where we digitized almost 17,000 MSMEs through the portal. We are also working with Invoice Smart to help MSMEs in the delayed payment area, where invoice financing is one critical issue. And so these people are actually working both with MSMEs as well as the buyer side, government entities like GHMC. They have been able to bring them on board. Then there is another entity, NSE Emerge, where many of these, in fact, 3-4 of them, they have been able to, in the last couple of years, bring onto the stock exchange with the help of hand-holding support from executives of NSE. So all of these initiatives are actually very useful, and I remember Telangana State Global Linker also came out with another portal called Kirana Linker during the COVID time, where Kirana stores were digitized in less than 10 minutes. And this was during the lockdown period where a lot of people were struggling to get groceries, and also some of these initiatives at the right time have really helped. So I hope to have more such collaborations in the future. And
on the matter of NSE Emerge, I am very proud to say that a resident company at FLO Industrial Park has just received the okay for an IPO, and they're going for an IPO in July. And she is one of the awardees this afternoon. She'll be getting a recognition from FLO for that feat. So she's the first to go from FLO Industrial Park for an IPO. And as we all know, and as Vatsala rightly pointed out, case studies are the most inspiring and motivational chapters one can look up to. So from both of you, one after the other, I would really like you to give us some case studies of inspirational women MSMEs.
Yeah, I strongly believe in this documentation, and at institutional level we keep documenting. But our case studies are spread across the country, being a national institution. It is not exclusively for women, but I can say these are from our clusters, wherein the artisans are from both the gender. Starting from Punjab, so we have the clusters being implemented under Spurti scheme, that is Scheme of Fund for Regeneration of Traditional Industry from Government of India. You can find these case studies in our website, like how these artisans, they came together, and government has invested in creating a common facility for them to bring their, to upbring their skills and improve their marketing skills, and to bring down their drudgery by providing them the equipment and the machinery and common facilities. So we have invested so much. The latest I can tell, the first ever jackfruit cluster established in Karnataka, near a place called, near Udupi, a place called Nitte. So there, majority of the SPV are women. Women farmers are women who are interested in helping these farmers. That we will be releasing on July 1st, because that would be our foundation day. So that is really empowering a woman into more economic activities. A jackfruit is mostly available in southern states. Here I think we get less, but it has got a lot of medicinal values. They are straight away making 16 products out of jackfruit. They are also planning for exports. So all that help is being provided from MSME side as a national institute and nodal agency. That is real success story I can tell. And we are developing one Koya cluster in Sindhudurg, that is in Maharashtra, Konkan belt, that we will be publishing. Their 100% beneficiaries are women, and they are all illiterate. But they have established the coir industry, starting from the domat to the fine fabric which can go into a sari or into a shirt or whatever textiles we are using. So they could able to manage. They cannot even speak good Hindi. They are only conversant in Marathi. That we will be publishing once it becomes functional. So likewise, we have a couple of, cluster case studies. And related to IP, intellectual property, we have many success cases wherein women, they have started their own enterprise. They have approached us to protect that intellectual in terms of their trademark, copyright, and also patent. That we have published. That book is in our website again. And I'm also very happy to share that our ministry is also very actively promoting the innovations at national level. Last year, there was exclusive hackathon for women. That is 3.0. Opportunity was given only for women. From our institute side, 2 women could get the grant. By December, they will be completing their project. Then that will come out as a case study. Each one was given 15 lakhs of grant to develop their product. One young woman by name Anusha, she is developing millet analog rice. So all millets put together in rice format. And one more lady, she has come out with a program and a device, a safety device for the high-raised structures. Be it an industry, residential complex, the commercial complexes. So they both were awarded from our institute. Otherwise, 300 ideas, innovative ideas were granted from our ministry last year. So these two we will be publishing. And earlier, one small case, she was a faculty in Home Science College, that is community college from Agriculture University. Now she is retired. I can't remember her name because when I joined it was published. She has developed this dry flowers arrangements, and with that aroma and fragrance which can be exported. So that also case study we have published. All this you can find in our website nimsme.org.
Thank you. I know you could go on, and that could be a really exhaustive list, but thank you for sharing some highlights. Over to you.
Thank you. I'll share one, though I know many, like you said, one that's close to WeHub's heart. It happened much before I was in the picture, and was led by our fantastic social innovation and impact team on the ground. Jayamma from Mehboob Nagar was detected with cancer, and when she had gone and asked the doctor what could it have been, the doctor said it could have been because of all the toxic things we eat, primarily oils. Then she said, well, nobody should succumb to the fate like I did. And long story short, through an outreach program of WeHub called WeReach, she had spoken to our SIE team and said, I want to start a cold-pressed oil unit, right? Then WeHub and Jayamma together made this dream come true. And then she started processing cold-pressed oils. And again, like I said, it's a very emotional story, and even though I wasn't a part of that time, it was so impactful. I still get choked up when I hear the story. So, without going into too much detail, what happened then was she set up an establishment, and then she employed more women to run this establishment. Eventually, Jayamma passed away, but her family is now taking it to every district in Telangana, and they're export ready. Her brand is called Arogya Daini. Yeah. Thank you.
Such an inspirational story, really. And when such stories, we are abounding in such stories in the state, what is the government doing in terms of, you did mention the digitization and all that, anything beyond in terms of technology? And just now Minister Garu was talking about AI. Are they going to somehow, come at some crossroads, some intersection, and these things can be amplified further?
So we are, as Minister Garu mentioned, working on the MSME policy, and technology is one of the important aspects which we are looking at. There's another Ministry of MSME program called RAMP, under which also we have submitted a proposal on technology, and we are planning to have a study done specifically to understand in the 8 to 10 priority sectors of the state, what are the technology gaps which the industry is facing currently. And after identifying these gaps, some recommendations will also be made. So that will form like a base study for further implementation. And under the MSME policy, we realized that there are 2-3 critical areas where the industry is struggling. First is awareness about the current or the latest technologies which they need to use to compete globally. And secondly, there is a cost factor which is involved, that MSMEs are not able to afford or buy many of the times the latest technologies. Third is the skilling aspect, where the manpower also needs to understand how to use this technology. So all of these 3 aspects we are planning to address under the MSME policy, where there will be a technology fund which will be created, in which MSMEs will be given a one-time grant of 50% up to 50 lakhs to procure any latest technology. There will be awareness sessions conducted at various district levels to help MSMEs understand what latest technologies are available in their sectors. And thirdly, the skilling aspect will also be taken care of under this MSME policy. So hopefully, in terms of technology, I think all the critical areas will be addressed through this policy.
Thank you, Vatsala. Ma'am, there's so much of research happening at MSME, and I think you are really on top of what are the new trends that are happening. So can you enlist the key sectors within MSMEs that you see as having the most potential for women entrepreneurs?
Earlier we used to say like sky is the limit, but I say now we can always go on to the Mars because we have landed on the moon. Yeah, it is very much possible. It could be any sector. Like I never talk about now food or fashion because as I told, like women are into this precision tool making for the defense. So it could be aerospace because or it could be even the IT sector and Industry 4.0 where we are talking about this frontier technologies, smart technologies and future technologies. So it could be anything, but it should always, suit to their capacity and ability. Whether they can, take up that technology, the product or service, and they should identify the market and customer. We can only show the way, but day-to-day business they have to handle, and all the business, it should be most profitable and it should be sustainable. So hence, it is to the individual to identify because there is no difference. No product is born only for men or women like. No industry is for men or women like. So personally, I don't agree. So this discrimination, I am not at all for. So whatever men can do, women always can do, and women can do much more than men. So they are into all sectors, all segments, and beyond the Indian borders, they are into the business. I can tell one very old story, like one woman, she made homemade chemical. That is the phenyl. Everyone knows a floor cleaner. There are many opportunities. Many people during the break, they came to me and they were asking for the some leads and all. I told about my state office, that is DFO, Development and Facilitation Office. Every state we have this. This story is from Ahmedabad actually. She approached our Ahmedabad DFO office. Those days it was called DI, Development Institution. Latest categorization, it is done as DFO. Then through our schemes that every year we have budget allocated exclusively for women to participate in domestic exhibitions, fairs, and also in foreign exhibitions. She is very close contact with the DFO, and she got opportunity to go to Sri Lanka to showcase her phenyl. So everyone was laughing at her, it seems, including her father. She was not married that time, she was very young. Phenyl बेचने के लिए इतना दूर जाएगी तू. So that was the comment for her own father, and they were discouraging. But the institution was supporting her, so she could go there, she could showcase, and she could get some contacts and all. Because she could place her product in Sri Lankan market, the Indian Air Force in Ahmedabad, they thought that this product is good, means she got a standard of that product and it can be used. So she got that offer from Indian Air Force to supply for entire campus. So likewise, there is no small business or big business, and there is no differentiation between a toffee, or to the component which goes into a satellite. So, but woman individual woman has to identify, which can suit for them. And there is technology, there is institution for every technology to offer, and there is an institutional network. See, like we are Ministry of MSME, they have a state office, they have established further to handhold women. Apart from that, we have many private institutions, and we have CED, we have mentoring institutions like a BYSD. So every state, there is an institutional setup. And there are financial institutions. They are meant for the business. And we have exclusive banks and exclusive policies and specific programs for women. So it is for the individual to get into, to identify. We can tell, like, someone can go for a 3D machine which makes, dentures. Now it is most popular. But can she do it? Whether her capacity, her education background, and her ecosystem will support this. So that's how they have to. And whoever is having that potential, they have to explore and come out of their comfort zone and, to reach the Mars.
On the topic of comfort zone, since you work a lot with the grassroots, what kind of cultural barriers have you seen, and is VHub addressing them specifically?
Yeah. So thank
through
you
any
for that.
community level programs or
Yeah.
talking to the parents, the spouses,
Yeah.
Even children, they don't allow their mothers to go out and do, do something else that they would want to in their free time.
True.
So,
very valid points, and thank you, Priya, because it's directly related to one of the programs we are launching now. So what we're doing at the grassroots level is aligning ourselves with district administration and field functionaries. While we cannot sit in our offices in Hyderabad and understand grassroots level without being with them. What is the shortest way to get the best and most honest information is align yourself with the district collector's office and the field functionaries who will tell you exactly like it is without mincing words. This is the problem, you don't talk about all entrepreneurial jargon, how are you going to solve this, right? So at the moment, we said we'll pick up 5 states as mandates and we will align with the district administration and work with field functionaries to see what problems are specific. But the thing is, the pattern with women entrepreneurs at the grassroots level is the same no matter where you go. So we've developed certain programs, you'll hear about them soon. The first one we're launching at Nalgonda, right? Obviously the state government has also been very gracious in setting up a space where they can feel safe to come. And like I said, all the earning and learning and all of that happens at this space. And then there's a hub and spoke model where it happens at Mahila Pranganams as well. But there is an aspirational center, right, where they can come to. And in terms of understanding what their problems are, societal barriers are the biggest barriers for them. Financial comes later, like you yourself have said, right? It's just the family that will say, but why are you going out now and doing this? So instead of making them feel like they need to be out there and doing something in an external place, creating safe spaces for them to operate in is the first step. So an entrepreneurial mindset makes them feel more confident that I can sit at my house, adapt to technological advances, and give them financial literacy. They need to understand how to manage money. Once they know that, they have a voice in the family, they have a voice outside and everywhere else. So our programs are specifically designed to help them with technology, with finance, and with whatever trade or enterprise they want to set up or the kind of work that they want to go into. Again, because it's such a large umbrella of initiatives, I'll stop at this, but it's very sector specific in what we want to help them with. Immediate thing is financial literacy. Digital transformation is true. The last mile execution, whether they're getting that money in the bank, all of what we're doing culminates to them getting that money into the bank at the end of the month. So, yeah, thanks.
yes, absolutely. The power of livelihood generation. If we put that in the hands of our women, I think then we're all doing a good job together. And we will come back to you from FLO Hyderabad because we are working with women weavers of Siddipet and we are working with women farmers in Mechal. And it is our aspiration to take digital and financial literacy also to their doorstep and make them self-sufficient and confident. My last question is to Vatsala. Can you sum all that up? We have so many case studies, so many stories. Can you tell us how the government is going to the grassroots and continuing or kind of synergizing all the efforts that are happening from the other organizations and putting it out there and making people self-sufficient, especially women?
So the government has a lot of initiatives, again, as B-Hub. There are these other entities like Telangana State Innovation Cell, where they take grassroots innovation to rural entrepreneurs and others. So a lot of these initiatives, bodies which are there, Telangana government is working through them. Also recently there is this Ministry of MSME program called RAMP, in which a lot of programs or proposals which were sort of on the back burner for lack of funds, which have been again brought out from our department side. And we have been able to get funding support from the ministry for many of these projects to the tune of almost 117 crores. We have 9 projects which we are planning to work on in the next 3 years. These are initiatives like setting up of enterprise development centers at the district industries centers. So for instance, DICs are anyway supposed to handhold and support entrepreneurs in their journey. But many of times because of lack of expert knowledge or because of lack of manpower, these DICs are not able to function as fruitfully. So through these EDCs, we'll be setting up experts who will man 10 of the major districts and also provide virtual support to the other districts, other remaining 33 districts. So that is one very critical program which we are looking forward, where MSMEs will get all kinds of support they need for running their enterprises. Second very interesting project which we formulated is the setting up of a design excellence center in collaboration with IIT Hyderabad, where MSMEs will get specific design support and they'll also be able to brand their products better, communicate better with their clients or customers. Then there are some projects which are aimed at greening of MSMEs. There are 2 projects there. Then there are 2 projects for women entrepreneurs which V-Hub will be heading. One is converting SHGs into MSMEs, and one will be Women Acceleration Program for new women entrepreneurs. So they'll again be given a lot of hand-holding, mentoring support, market linkages, and financial support will be provided to them. And there is one more project which is important, is setting up of export champions. So we'll be identifying sectors where MSMEs can actually contribute to the exports and grow into that. So I think these important projects which we are like really looking forward to from the department side in the coming 3 years.
Thank you so much, Vatsala. That brings us to the end of this very, very vibrant and very informative, I must say, and actually very inspiring conversation. And the common thread is that we all have to work together, and we all have within ourselves the power to empower, not only ourselves, but those who are underserved and who need our support at some level. Thank you so much, Dr. Glory Swarupa, Sita, and Vatsala, for coming here, for gracing the dais at our MSME conclaves. And it was wonderful talking to you all. Thank you so much. And a big round of applause for doing the kind of work you do. This is what the world requires just now. We need to keep doing this more and more. Thank you. Over to you, Neha.
We extend our heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed speakers for their invaluable insights on women-led MSMEs. The discussion has shed a light on all the schemes and opportunities available for women entrepreneurs. I'm sure all the entrepreneurs here will take advantage of having such eminent institutions right here in Hyderabad. I now invite Chandni Agarwal, Committee Member, Economic Impact Vertical, FLO Hyderabad, to carry the session forward by commencing the exciting fireside chat on Making the Cut, Small Businesses in Film and Media.
Thank you, ma'am. I would like to request all of you to please join us for this conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, proceeding with today's fireside chat, it is my distinct honor to invite Chairperson Priya Gazdar for our highly anticipated fireside chat on the role of small businesses in film and media. Joining her are two extraordinary professionals who have significantly shaped the landscape of content creation, production, and distribution in India. I request Mr. Rajiv Ranjan to join us on stage. Mr. Rajiv Ranjan, a dynamic force in the content ecosystem. Rajiv is currently at the helm of Spirit Media, a trailblazing entity that not only creates original content, but also excels in managing talent, creative brand marketing, and even running a pop culture marketplace. With over a decade of diverse experience, Rajiv has worn many hats, from translating stories into successful marketing campaigns at Mindshare, to driving user growth at ByteDance, TikTok, and Z Entertainment's OTT platform, to analyzing consumer behavior at Nielsen. Rajiv brings a real-world, pop culture-savvy approach to everything he does, and his passion for content that truly resonates with the audience is nothing short of infectious. I request Mr. Kishore Kedari to also join us on stage. Mr. Kishore Kedari, whose journey from software development to the heart of the Indian film industry is nothing short of inspirational. Kishore holds a postgraduate degree in film and media studies and an MBA in communications management, which he has put to impressive use since joining Arca MediaWorks in 2013. His contributions to India's biggest film franchise, Bahubali, are legendary. As an executive producer for the upcoming Netflix original, Bahubali Before the Beginning, Kishore's role spans every stage of filmmaking, from development to production. He has also designed a specialized course in film business at the Annapurna International School of Film and Media, bridging the gap between academic knowledge and industry skills. As head of content production at Arca, Kishore not only oversees project execution, but also pioneers business strategies for Release Day, a digital video streaming platform. So, without further ado, let's give a warm welcome to Mr. Rajiv Ranjan and Mr. Kishore Kedari, and let's dive into the fascinating world of film and media, and discover the pivotal role that small businesses play in the ever-evolving industry through this fireside chat with our chairperson, Priya Gazdar. Thank you.
Thank you, Chandni. The film industry is a dynamic and influential sector, blending creativity, technology, and business. It shapes cultural narratives, it entertains millions, and it drives significant economic impact across sectors. With this fireside chat, we will try to understand the many ways in which MSMEs engage with the vast film industry. My first question is to Kishore. You are at the helm of production at Arca MediaWorks, the name and financial muscle behind India's biggest blockbuster franchise, Bahubali, and many more super hits, of course. Can you tell us how you handled that magnum opus and share some behind-the-scenes moments with us?
Thank you, Priya, firstly, for inviting me. These are not usual events that we usually attend in the, this is too formal for us in terms of our daily activities. But thank you very much for your perseverance also for making me and Rajiv attend this session.
Kishore and I met at Nalsar a couple of weeks ago, And since then, I have not let him sleep till he said yes to me, and also roped in Rajiv. So thank you so much for acquiescing to be here with us.
Yeah, I'm so glad. So yes, my journey started off as a software engineer, but I always wanted to make films, and then went to a film school. And then when I had to decide between choosing Bombay or Hyderabad, then I had to choose. I know for a fact that things are going to be very bright for the film industry because the digital is the next future. This is something that we, being in a film school, we've been talking about how things are going to turn digital. This was back in 2011 and 12. Because of the advantage of knowing the language, and also the fact that we can also sort of deal with the corporates who are going to enter the market, we chose Telugu industry, and then I'm in Hyderabad, which I had grown up watching Telugu films. But I'm so lucky and fortunate to be at the right time at the right place. And Bahubali is obviously, everyone, it is synonymous for everyone for being a magnum opus. And this is one idea that sort of changed the ecosystem of film business, let's say, in terms of how people imagine things. And that paved way to many people. It sort of gave a new hope for all the storytellers to not restrict themselves and sort of be ambitious and sort of get their creativity flowing in terms of the art of telling a story. My journey with Bahubali films, now I'm full-time into the production part of the film, where my responsibility is in executing a film, kind of looking at the entire life cycle, right from the idea stage to the delivery stage. But I was a fresh graduate out of film school, and then I kind of had the synopsis of Bahubali script in my hand, and I didn't know who. I was completely stunned, and I was elated. And nobody believed me. None of my classmates, if I was saying, they were like, "Oh yeah, that's true." You might be making another cheap steak of another, let's say, a Braveheart or something. Oh, that's fine, but nobody believed till we actually released the teaser. But that's one of the films that sort of transcended many aspects of filmmaking, and how to sort of approach production, how to approach making a film, how to approach marketing, how to approach promotion, and also how to approach selling a film. And I was primarily part of marketing and promotion of the film as far as Bahubali 1 and Bahubali 2 are concerned. We do have a case study of how how we marketed the films in ISB. That's one of the, because it's very well acclaimed. The biggest challenge that we had while we were doing it is it was considered to be a South Indian film. That's not the vision for the film. It was an Indian film. It was an international film. But when we sort of took the idea, and everyone, when they saw it as a South Indian film, is when our visionary producer, Mr. Shobhu Yalagadda, he decided that we would market this on our own. That's the biggest challenge. That excited us the most. And whatever we were supposed to do in 2017, we were planning in 2015 was our first part. We were planning back in 2013. And we have everything on paper on what we exactly have to do when we release the film. That's the sort of vision both the director had and also the producer had. I kind of had like an extreme exposure in terms of working for a film that has international standards, and especially working with a lot of international partners in the form of film festivals, distributors, technicians, let's say even the journalists, when I had to take them to our RTC crossroads, say it is a Hollywood reporter or a variety journalist, if I'm taking him on a first day first show to a Sanjay theater to watch the pandemonium in the theater, the sort of perspective they had about the Indian cinema, what they wrote about it, sort of paved a way to a lot of other filmmakers in exactly how to make their dreams real. When I say dream, and everyone have their ambitious project. Okay, so Bahubali sort of paved that way, gave hope to a lot of filmmakers to make this happen. And yeah, my journey was primarily to do with the marketing, promotion, and eventually the handling the business for part 2. And that was exceptional. And then the rest is history. You guys all know about what the film has achieved.
Absolutely. And in your biodata, it said you're working on the digital version of.
Yeah, I mean, that's, it's not the digital. In fact, I mean, we did a live action series. That didn't really go on air yet, but in fact, Bahubali as a franchise, it is still alive and active. In fact, there was The Crown of Blood, which is the 5th season of the animation series that was up on Hotstar. Similarly, there will be much more to come, and that was one of those verticals, in the form of a live action long format series that we had plans to. Probably sometime in the future you'll get to know. Yeah.
Thank you. So he spoke about the vision of, the director and the producer who thought of Bahubali as this mammoth production that the whole world should sit up and take notice. Similarly, from a VFX and production company in 2005 to a 360-degree content and brand ecosystem today, Spirit Media has come a very, very long way. Can you share with us briefly the story and the ambition behind this kind of evolution?
Sure, ma'am. First of all, thank you very much for having me here. And this makes me very emotional because, the answer will be in two parts. One is about my background. So I'm from Jharkhand, born to a school teacher, and from a village which still has roads, electricity, those kind of problems. So I'm a real fan of the movie industry, right? Moved to Bombay, did my education while working, etc. Worked whatever jobs came my way. So I am somebody who takes pride in knowing all kinds of India. So I have seen all stages, all kind of target audience, right? So for me, it becomes easy to create a marketing campaign to reach anybody that I want to speak to. While working at Mindshare, doing content for brands, we were making films, music videos, doing Big Boss integration, many things. We created a show which kind of Rana was the host of, and that's how I ended up meeting him. And this is right after Bahubali time. 2017 was our first season. And because of my journey, my interests were very varied. So I loved comic books, I loved movies, because I thought that was the best way to connect with people. And Rana had a similar history himself, because he's somebody who was not the best student. So he started VFX, had no plans of becoming an actor. But the way industry was, which kind of today we're talking about financial literacy and planning for your company running, etc. So after doing that business for 3 years, because earlier the concept used to be that if you're working on a film, the actor, director is to get paid earlier. And if the movie became a hit, everybody else would get paid. Otherwise, God knows. So one of the projects that he did was big projects, which did not really do very well. And he ran into a little bit of a financial thing, which kind of inspired him to approach the problem in a smart way, saying, can I approach this where I can become the voice in the industry, and hence the journey to become an actor. So 2007-8, he paused the company, which was sold to Prime Focus, the VFX side, went on to train himself to become an actor. So Rana's drive to become an actor was very different than how usually it happens. And because he was from a business side, he kept thinking life like that. Every time he would come across a new setup, he would try and figure how we can be part of it, because the idea was to scale up the industry, right? So when he went to Bombay, realized there is a artist management ecosystem that is kind of thriving, and it, more than money, more than anything else, it becomes an information marketplace, right? If you kind of own that, you understand what producers are looking for, what kind of talent, which brands are talking to what kind of talent. So it becomes a nice thing to plan everything else out. So he was the first guy to set up that in south of India, Chennai and here, which is still doing well for us. And then Bahubali happened, which was part of, and it was part of the marketing initiatives as well. He realized that mythology will always be in fashion, no matter what. So stories will always keep coming in a new avatar, new medium, new ways. He went ahead and bought some equity in Amar Chitkatha, Tinkle Comics, right? Because when you have a brand like that, you can own any kind of story, because people like to have gatekeepers who can really be authentic in what they're trying to do. And this was happening on the side without in spirit. And then when I met him, we realized there are synergies. And then I was working at ByteDance, which got banned in India. And there was an offer from his team to come and work here, but I was not very sure, because middle class boy seeing corporate versus more like a family business image that I had in my head. And then we had a very interesting chat where I said, listen, I'm going to come, then I'm going to have a different avatar and set this in a very different way. And he was very welcoming with that. And that's how the journey started in 2021. And the rest is history. After that, we have been trying to consolidate all kind of business inside Spirit Media, trying to have all arms that kind of aid the art of storytelling. And with that also have like the brand ecosystem that is full active, where we're also creating brands from scratch. We're investing in brands. We're trying to be part of the distribution system with people like Kishore Bihani and all that. So yeah, that's in brief the journey of Spirit Media from 2005 to now.
Thank you. That's a long, inspirational, and very eclectic journey, I must say, from where to where it has reached, and it is really making the state very proud. Kishore, years go by before a magnum opus hits the screens, during which time so many different professionals, entrepreneurs would be delivering their products and services. So tell us, what are the main areas in which small businesses contribute to the film industry?
It's an interesting question. Actually, making films, even though we call it an industry or a studio, end of the day, it boils down to people. I mean, it's very people-oriented, and every single person's contribution to the final output on that day of the shoot, or it could be during your pre-production, or whether it is a post, it is very, very critical and very important. You cannot really look down, neither take any trivial aspect about anyone's contribution to it. So just to talk about what it can do to a smaller business, I think I need to briefly give a life cycle of what a film, making a film consists of. You have this stage called the development, where people write the film or a long format series, and then you have your pre-production there. You sort of, you figure out your cast, your locations, you're planning to execute the shoot. And then you have your principal photography, which is nothing but your shooting schedules. And then you have your post-production that involves your edit logs, sound, and the final output. Okay, so I'll actually begin from the fact that, because I have to give certain details. If we talk about something like a development, okay, so where there are these established writers, but they also have to be supported by writers' rooms. Okay, so if I have to, the minutest of the job related to a development is creating pitch decks. Okay, so it's like, if I have to tell my story, I have to do a elevator pitch to someone. I can't really give you 2 hours of my time to narrate a story, but I can create. So it all boils down to the skill of how I can visually present it, and probably also condense the idea and tell probably a Game of Thrones idea in less than 10 pages. And that's, of course, you have to tell your story in one line. If you can't tell your story in one line, you can't, whether it is Bahubali, whether it is Project K, or it is RRR, you have to tell the story in one line, or else you don't have a story, as far as the filmmaking goes. Then you will have your research assistants. If I'm making a film based on Nizams, then any history-based student becomes a research assistant during writing. That's an MSME, it's a small business for me. Then you will also have language experts. You will also have other subject matter related experts who would come in. And when it comes to pre-production, there are multiple areas where these small businesses come in. Especially in the area of production design and art, where you need, and also VFX for that matter, you need your concept artists, some to visualize what is there in the head. When Rajamouli Garu is imagining the waterfall that is there in Bahubali movie, probably people might have actually bringing him references to the realistic waterfalls, might be an Atripalli fall, but nobody knows till it was put on paper that it is almost 10 times. It is absolutely incredible that doesn't exist on planet Earth. That's his imagination. Okay, only concept art will do it. Now with the advent of AI, it became a little more easier. And of course, a lot of fine art students are finding their route into whether it is the art department or the VFX department, where there is a lot of prep being happening, because the film off late, like I said, now the industry has grown bigger. After the advent of the digital, and people are telling very ambitious stories. With that comes world building aspect, where people have to become imaginative and have to support the director with multiple, so then you have your graphic designers. It is as simple as designing a poster, or probably a logo that is required for a certain police squad. There are these graphic designers. Then you have your stylists. Then you have even a tattoo artist also becomes a very integral part in terms of styling a particular. Let's say if I'm doing a prehistoric story where the character has a lot of tattoos on his body, and then you have your prosthetic makeups that would come in. And yeah, similarly during the shoot, there are also multiple functions where catering services come in. If I am doing a period film, Probably I need someone who is designing jewelry for me. I mean, and that is also specific to a certain.
There's flower jewelry in Bahubali, right? One
Absolutely.
of my friends did it, and I'm very proud about that.
Absolutely. I mean, see, if I'm doing a king's banquet, we particularly did a sequence where there is a king's banquet. We have to imagine, and this is also a fictitious kingdom. We don't even know when this exists. We didn't really write the backstory, but we know for a fact this is happening 2,000 years ago, and that kingdom is quite lavish, and it has called all its allies to come and dine on that day. How will that dining table look like? Okay, that's a very important aspect. That's part of the mise-en-scene of your entire film. And you have to put in a lot of thought into it. And then the traditional, I can't really ask a traditional production mess to come and decorate the desk. He would falter. I mean, I need a particular food designers to come in and do that job. Similarly, whether it is jewelry, whether it is prosthetics, and there is stunt also plays a very important role. And tomorrow, if I am actually doing something that is related to accelerating stunts with a car or a bike, or let's say with something else, I need people, the real stunt guys to come in, not the people who are put up into the film setup, but also film from the other functions to come in and actually do the dummy stunts to happen. And similarly, when there is a lyric writers who work independently of anything, and as long as you have, so frankly speaking, if you have a command over the language, there are multiple ways you can contribute to film industry. And that's something, I mean, which, because end of the day, it is about storytelling, you have to tell it in a certain language, and language plays a very important role. Then it comes your post-production, then you have online editing, very important aspect. I mean, it gets really highly paid and highly respected also. And if you want to become a director, actually you have to become an online editor too, because you are right beside the director watching the monitor. He just has to know how to operate a editing software. Okay, and then he needs to make an immediate cut on the day of the shoot and show it to the director. And the director talks about his vision on how to complete that scene, and which is a very independent contribution. Similarly, then you have your editors, sound artists, and in VFX there are multiple people. I mean, now we know that Hyderabad is one of those cities where a lot of VFX work for almost all the Pixar, let's say a lot of high budget Hollywood action and animation film VFX happens from here. I'm sure, so these are the aspects.
So at a minimum, something like 200 to 500 MSMEs must be working on a mammoth film like this. That's a great count. Digital technology has revolutionized the film industry, and it's impacting everything from production techniques to marketing strategies. It enables filmmakers to create high-quality content with stunning visual effects and streamlined production processes. So what are some of the exciting trends that you are seeing in digital content creation today? And what kind of companies are in this space? And what is the size of such companies?
Well, I mean, everybody would have talked about AI right now because that's kind of the current ongoing trend. In terms of, in the film side of things, Kishore can add probably more, but because everyone needs marketing, and marketing is not really a filmmaker's kind of interest, while some people can take the chart, etc. But you have to understand the audience, the mediums, and everything differs from what you're trying to create for a larger screen versus two smaller screens, right? The engagement matter, the first 3 seconds matter, because that's the hook, right? You have to make sure you crack that very, very well. There are many companies trying to figure on the research side of things nowadays. So when you cut different trailers, there are companies who will tell you what trailers are working, what is not, which part of the trailer is good, what is not, what people are focusing on. So you can, by using these insights, you can create a much better marketing assets to solve for the purpose you're trying to solve for. And all of these small elements, they need expertise of different kinds. There are people who have worked with intelligence agency, they're trying to do something in trailer marketing nowadays, right? Of course, you can use AI to create your first test posters, then use your concept artist to create something else, and finally get a photographer to shoot. So all these linkages are happening a lot more. The collaboration is a word that's been talked about a lot today. So in the film industry as well, it's at the core of everything they do, because many big production houses, before they start making the film, in pre-production itself, they'll call all the agencies, right? Including your integration in the movies, if you're not doing something like Bahubali, but nowadays many brands start getting placement in the movies. So all those agencies sit in the narration room once the script is finalized, and everybody gets their job started. because, and these are all the trends that are becoming more and more organized, because earlier they used to be happening more in Hollywood, then slowly Bollywood picked up, and now we are seeing those things come in Telugu and Tamil cinema as well. So that's pretty much the term it is, and of course AI is making a massive difference. There are people who were earlier development executives who did not know how to create concept world and all that. Now suddenly those guys have become artists and they're doing festivals. They're getting awards and it's insane how the world is changing, right? So that trend is very exciting for me to observe and see where it takes us. But it comes with one very, very interesting part that we have to still clarify as film producers is the copyright side of it. Because while AI is doing some magnificent stuff, you don't know who owns the copyright. And that's the debate. So what we are trying to do as producers, as people who own artists, we're trying to trademark our artist. We're trying to trademark our movies and saying that nobody can train their AI using our content. So we are still yet to figure the exact ecosystem, but there is a lot of exciting stuff happening in the world of AI in terms of content creation, filmmaking, and marketing.
I think AI is going to be part of our lives, and we need to figure out how to live with it and how to make friends with it and how not to be at loggerheads with it.
Absolutely. And I think, thankfully, I've been to a couple of conferences, and while some other creators from other industries, non-South, they are still trying to be on the opposite side. But the way the Telugu talent and the South talent respond to it is very exciting because they are like, no, that's an ally. We have to work with it. Correct. And the moment new tool comes, the first thing we do is buy a subscription and try and start experimenting, because if you're not doing that, you are missing out. So depending on what industry you are, what you're trying to do, if you hear something cool happening in AI, you must test always, because it'll really add a new layer to your business.
Absolutely. So taking off from there, what are the best practices that small businesses should follow to integrate themselves into the larger ecosystem of film and entertainment industry?
Yeah, film industry, unlike other industries, because it is an art form, end of the day, even though we call ourselves industry, there were movements trying to understand whether your film is a high art or a low art. So these contemplation has gone through, and there are many film movements and revolutions happened. But I think there is a good amount of emotional attachment to the work. That any technician, let's say if any small business, because it is run by a personal, has to put in first when it comes to the film industry. The way how the film industry works, it has its own way, and right from the time that it had come from Chennai to Hyderabad to how it sort of flourished in the last few decades, let's say 3 to 4 decades, it has its own way of working. I think what we also observe, being in the production, working with, because we are also one of those production houses who unlearn a lot of things when we are working with new ecosystems, especially when we say we are working with commission shows, let's say the OTT platforms. We know there is a the traditional method doesn't work on certain type of projects and storytellings. And certain things that we observe is there is a little bit of a lack of resistance from the small business in terms of adapting to the way how the film industries work. And that's where you because a film industry doesn't need any qualification. Whether you go to the film school, I come from a film school, but end of the day, I could not, my film, graduate film could not attract the attention of my mother for 4 to 5 minutes. Okay, so that's when I sort of introspected. Okay, fine. There is another language. What it teaches to what actually interests the audience is different. Similarly, it is a very, very emotional product that we are making, where people kind of had to invest a lot of personal investment into it. And yeah, as far as the professionalism goes, yes, there are both sides of the coin. We expect the small businesses to be very professional, time sensitive, because it's all about time when it comes to films. That's where the small businesses have to, and it is very ungrateful in the sense like the people who work we work 365 days, 7 days a week, no offs, because we like what we are doing. The fact that when you come into the zone that you feel like you are working, then again, that's where film industry is not for people. If you like making films, then you go, whether it is 365, 24 hours a day. There are days a director shoots for almost 36 hours in a stretch because of limitations, just because he's very passionate and he does it. And when he is shooting, he needs to be supported by these people too. I mean, that is a sort of adaptation that I am specifically talking about. And yes, I mean, of course, there will also be certain sort of delays and discrepancies in terms of, the cash flows, how people get. The transactions are quite different as far as the other industries are concerned. Just to conclude it, I think all the small businesses has to also put in their emotions also into it when they are doing business with the films.
Not only businesses, I think even the audience invests a lot of emotion into it. And I think the case in point is Hira Mandi, where we had so many memes about, the transitioning of the audience from how they were watching in the beginning to how they were watching in the end. I think there were some very, very interesting memes going around. So what are the main operational challenges for small businesses in the media sector? And what can they do to become more efficient and resilient too?
I think it's a question that's been answered in many ways since morning probably. But what I spoke about, the financial literacy, it comes to the core of it, because when many people are passionate, they're trying to do passionate things, they forget that financial problems exist. And at Spirit, because the story involves kind of facing that, right, at the core of it. So whenever somebody is trying to create something, you're trying to have a longer runway, make sure that there is some bit of a run rate fixed in terms of doing your fixed items and finding that client or finding that recurring business side of things, and keep your backup to be able to sustain in case things go wrong, like COVID, etc. Right? That's the first of it. And second, of course, be at the forefront of technology and figure out what change the industry is going through, because if you are not ready for change that's coming nowadays, like website and computer adaptation was much more slower, but AI will be much more faster, right? And more things like these when change, they'll change in a jiffy, like things will just change overnight. So if you're not keeping your one step in the future, figuring out what's going to happen, it will create problem. But financial, still harp on it a lot, because I know what this conference is all about. The first and foremost thing is to keep passion in one side, which is the business side of things, but also make sure you have a run rate to be able to last as long as possible. And again, make sure you hire good talent and make sure you excite them and engage them to stay with you long term, because that's a challenge today that I'm seeing more and more. People leave fast, they move on very quickly. So if you're not trying to solve their problem and understanding where they come from, what their aspirations are, that'll also be a challenge. So you cannot, if you're trying to scale up a company, you can't do it on your own. You have to have a large team. What is their ambition? What is their motivation? Making sure they keep getting it and keep modifying, because with time, things keep changing as well. So yeah, be future forward and make sure your run rate is safe to be able to go a longer mile.
So the all-pervasive influence sphere of OTT has created a kind of a level playing ground. The biggest of blockbusters is jostling for space with the smallest ones. So how is this rise of streaming services changed the way the content is being produced and consumed by the audience?
So it's still, this not yet complete, the transition is still happening. So it'll be interesting to see where it ends, right? Because again, this is from my other side of knowledge that I'm stating this, and Kishore can probably add on to this. When OTTs came, first thing happened is people started loving quality. So suddenly it couldn't just guarantee on the star power and be like, people will come watch this because I'm making a movie with this star. Content became the hero of it. So you have to make sure the content is good. Every element of the movie production, all departments had to be of that quality, because people have seen some really, really good stuff. At the same time, when the entire OTT trend came into many countries, not just India, they started greenlighting things in a business sense. So instead of becoming film and exciting content piece, they became projects. They became P&Ls. And that saw a lot of bad content come out, right? So suddenly the investment from OTT is reducing a lot. So people are going back to theaters again. So that becomes a larger P&L again. So this is a change. I'm still saying that, of course, there was a massive transition that happened because of OTT, but because of no well checks and balances, things have changed again. And theaters are coming back in the mix in a big, big way. And I feel it will transition more. So let's just wait and watch.
So you're predicting that OTT will lose its charm for the coming years?
Absolutely not. No, I'm not saying that. Sorry if my answer made it seem like that. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that the original medium of theaters will still have its audiences, because OTTs will not be able to afford the scale that a theater can do.
Right.
So if you're trying to make projects for OTT, then you are trying to keep that profitability to minimum, right? When you go to a theater, it's at 50, like Kantara was a 14 crore film, right? Did about 500 crores.
Right.
That won't happen with an OTT, right? So those kind of stories are also there in the market, and hence the trend, there'll be different kind of content coming on OTT for sure, but for larger experience-based films and all that, theaters will be in business. And this transition, this kind of categorization will become more and more clear in the future.
So any of you can answer this. It's just a very curiosity-oriented question, which was not in the syllabus right now. In this case, I mean, because we are talking about the grand scale and everything, why would SLB do Hiramandi for OTT and not for a theatrical release? Of course, I know the content was long, maybe, but he could have shortened it as well and released it as a film, right? So what are the dynamics that come into play for somebody to take that decision?
So there might be multiple factors. The fact that Netflix wanted to do a marquee show with a very talented director, you know, so sort of put the brand value up in the race of competition with their competitors. And also too, you know, of course, I mean, this is the era. I mean, I think adding to what Raju said, this is the era now, like how you guys have watched Squid Games and Narcos. So Indian filmmakers will be doing Indian originals for international audience. That's the next 5 years. I mean, that's where we are right now. Look at the success of RRR, not within the markets of South Asia or India, but if you have to look at the numbers from the US, from the US citizens, I mean, I'm also not talking about the Indian demographic from US, but I'm talking about actually the Americans watching RRR. It is the mammoth success, and that paved a way in terms of make some strategic decisions to make Indian content for international origin. And that's where I think an idea like Hiramandi also played out, because you know for a fact that still for the Western audience, Indian film is song and dance. Only South Indian cinema is sort of slightly changing that. Okay, so I think a long way to go. Yeah.
So what innovations in production have you seen in recent times that particularly benefit MSMEs in media and entertainment?
I think OTTs are one of the biggest milestones, and is the biggest leap in terms of, like I use the word unlearn also. In fact, there are a lot of things that traditional film producers and production approach has to unlearn when they approach producing content for long format. Right from writing to in terms of forecasting your budgets, to looking at the names, who you want to cast, to approach your shooting style, to how you cut it finally in the edit. So these are the things that have completely changed. And this actually put a pressure on the producer also to sort of empower himself in terms of approaching this very organized, as now it is not totally star driven, especially the long formats are not, they're definitely not strong, but you don't have an upside of what a star could bring. The game is all about being active, doing multiple projects, but at the same time also stick to the creative vision within the limitations that you have. And obviously the limitations are your budgets. Yeah, I mean, the small businesses, I mean, the producers are right now slowly, I mean, right now the writers sort of slowly start to adapt to the long format writing. So are the directors too. There is no concept of, you know, director directing someone else's story. You know, that used to happen very often. But now with the advent of the long formats, there is a concept of showrunners, who are the people who sort of look at the creative vision of the show, where you have episodic directors who come in and direct episodes. There are multiple directors, like Raju was saying, that on one of the shows there were 3 directors shooting one sequence. That is something that traditional film making would not have ever imagined. Now it became more of a collaborative attempt. Apart from you know, audience and the producer, there is also another stakeholder who is the platform now. So the platform is there. So I mean, I think the only other way is now in 2016 when the OTTs sort of made their advent. Usually OTTs also do their strategy 3 years at a time. 2019 is when they saw potential in South, and 22 now they have bigger plans. They have green-lighted a lot of South Indian shows, primarily Telugu and Tamil being the biggest markets. And I was just reading a report yesterday by Ormax, and then I realized that I guess somewhere around 90.4 million people there were the footfalls for the last years in the theaters, which means that per capita there were 6 people watching, 6 movies everyone is watching. And out of which, I think beating almost close to Hindi was Telugu and Tamil. That is a patronage for content. It sort of became a part of our mundane. I think OTT watching, slowly the OTTs could capture the attention of the catch-up TV audience in the last 3 years. And now it is all about, Raji was also saying that not viewing as a project. But at the end of the day, you also have to make a compelling content. And I think there is a little bit focus right now. I think in the next few years, we are going to see little bigger scale projects and also content-focused projects. And there is a bright future. Whoever wants to get into this sort of industry, I think the curve is only going upwards. As far as the OTT and film industry is concerned for the next decade.
Thank you, Kishore, for those clarities. I think if it was not for OTT, the pandemic would have killed us of boredom. If not for the virus itself. My final question is to you, Rajiv. What are the key factors that MSMEs should consider when scaling up their production capabilities in the digital age specifically?
You mean production of content?
Yes.
So I'm just going to pick up from Kishore's last point, where because of platform, it's also becoming standardized, right? So earlier you could use any camera, you could do any kind of aspect ratio, you could do dubbing at any studio, editing. Now suddenly the requirement from platforms, etc., becoming, I need this system, I need this camera, I need this kind of dubbing studio, I need this software, all those things, right? So that's a huge opportunity for many MSMEs to kind of set up and get certified by these partners. That will, because if they're just coming into these markets, there are very few players available. And as production houses, we are facing that, right? We're trying to set that up. And that's where the answer for your question kind of comes out, which is to figure out what gives the best kind of, in terms of content, in terms of camera, the editing software, the color grading, the kind of agencies, people you're trying to train, when you're trying to put that out, which platform it's going on, what is the best practices there. Once any kind of MSME agency that's trying to solve for any brand or any client, production house, whatever it is, if they know the objective of that video, where it's going to be, everything becomes easy from there on. So understanding your tech, your requirements, and making sure that after you have shot, because it requires many, many setups, it shouldn't be an afterthought. As long as before that, you're trying to do your pre-production very well. Like he can probably add films are made on the table before they go and shoot. It doesn't happen after. So just be ready in advance and it'll all be easy.
Thank you to both Kishore and Rajiv for sharing insights on the working of the film industry. You've definitely made the behind the scenes action very exciting, and on this platform I'm going to ask you both for another favor. Please do a behind the scenes day for us during one of your productions, and I'll be in touch with you about that. And it is heartening to note that the contribution of the gig sector also, because there are so many small players. So film industry is one industry that can absorb a lot of gig players within its fold, and you are all doing a fantastic job and putting Hyderabad, Telangana on the global map for films. Kudos for that, and a big round of applause for Kishore from Arca Media Works and Rajiv from Spirit Media. Thank you so much. Over to you, Chandni.
Thank you to our speakers for an in-depth and candid conversation, highlighting the vital role of small businesses in the film and media industry. I'm sure we all have much to ponder after that insightful discussion. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we conclude the fireside chat. Please join us for lunch, and don't forget, our next session on ESG will commence after lunch. Thank you.
request everyone to please settle down and please take your seats. And of course, please put your phones on silent. Namaste. I, Soumya Rao, from MSME FLO Hyderabad. Hi, can everybody please settle down? We'd like to start the next event. Can everybody please settle down and take your seats? Thank you. Namaste. I, Soumya Rao, from MSME FLO Hyderabad, would like to invite you all to the next talk on environmental social governance by Mr. Chandrasekhar Chincholkar. It's my privilege to now invite our chairperson, Ms. Priya Gazdar, and our distinguished speaker, Mr. Chandrasekhar Chincholkar, to the dais. I request our chairperson to now felicitate Mr. Chincholkar. Mr. Chincholkar is a seasoned professional with over 32 years of experience in the realm of corporate finance, capital markets, and manufacturing and consulting. As the Director of Corporate Advisory at CES India Private Limited in Pune, he has been actively shaping the investment landscape, nurturing startups and driving sustainability initiatives. Mr. Chincholkar's impressive resume boasts working with renowned organizations like KPIT Technologies, Badway Engineering, and Adventus Capital, where he spearheaded corporate fundraising, roadshows, and large-scale manufacturing operations. But his expertise extends far beyond the boardroom. He has made significant contributions to policy discussions, sharing significant papers on crucial topics such as water, bamboo, EY, and carbon markets. Passionate about the future of energy and mobility, Mr. Chincholkar has been a prominent figure in conferences across India, where he has shared his cutting-edge knowledge on hydrogen, e-mobility, and battery storage. His commitment to sustainability and climate action is further endorsed by his recent engagements with G20 and C20 events, where he addressed pressing issues on climate finance, industrial decarbonization, and the green hydrogen opportunity for India. With an impressive educational background that includes ICWA plus CS, MS in Finance, and E-Masters MBA from prestigious institutions, Mr. Chincholkar's multifaceted expertise makes him a true visionary in the corporate and sustainable landscape. As he continues to drive innovation and growth in his dynamic leadership, he's sure to inspire and shape the future of this industry. Welcome, sir.
Presentation. Yeah. So, good afternoon all. It's very difficult to keep people alive and not sleep post lunch. But for me, it's the toughest job to do today. And I hope I'll be able to do justice to that. The topic is very vast and it's very emerging, challenging, creative, destructive, in whichever way you really call it. Because emerging scenario for India is going to be a world leader as we are probably witnessing from a $4 trillion economy to a $40 trillion to a $27 trillion economy with a market capitalization from $5 trillion to $40 trillion. So when market capitalization actually grows from $5 trillion to $40 trillion, it is just not 10x or 8x for India. In terms of MSMEs, it will be, I am very sure it will be 100x. That's the level of growth MSMEs can actually achieve, because as Priya ma'am also said in the morning, and the world figures actually talk about it, the actual contribution of MSMEs to most of the growth economies like Germany, Korea, Japan is in the range of 70 to 90%. India is only at 30 to 40%. So there is huge advantage for MSMEs to really look at what they can grow up to, and at the same time contribute significantly to national GDP and contribute maybe to the most emerging and probably the most successful period of the entire post-independence era for India in the next 15 to 20 years. So the topic today I am covering is ESG, the new call for action. So, this basically emanates from the fact that world over there has been, significant amount of industrialization. And because of the process of industrialization, there has been significant issues faced by, the environment, which has actually resulted into issues like pollution, too much of social issues actually getting created, which we're trying to address. And because of all this, the governance issues which actually lead to all these, problems that we actually get compounded. So, if you look at India today has something like 5,000 plus listed companies. There are more than large number of, any idea anybody has in terms of how many companies we have here in India? How many private limited companies are there? Any idea? Anybody can throw the number? 16 lakhs. 16 lakhs. The recent number I went to a company secretary conference, because company secretaries are more updated because they deal with, corporate incorporation on a day-to-day basis. So the number that was communicated to me was 16 lakhs. So let us assume a scenario in 2047, which is the 100 years of India's independence. So Priya ma'am, I'm going to take little extra time than what has already been allocated to me, but I hope, because the topic is very vast. So, if you look at what could happen to India in 2047 in terms of number of companies, number of private companies, number of MSMEs, number of, issues of market capitalization, opportunities in market capitalization, and the governance and compliance, because we are already seeing significant amount of challenges in terms of compliances. You would have probably seen what was there 7, 8, 10 years before and what is there now. Everything is getting digitized, right? And tomorrow, I was hearing a video on YouTube which talks about linking of Aadhaar and your property cards also. So we're not far away from, real digital revolution, which is already happening in the country, but at the same time, it could throw up immense opportunities in terms of wealth creation for the common man and for the MSMEs. So if you look at emergence of ESG, the basic problem that happened with world pollution, it started with Stockholm Conference in 1972, where we actually talked about protection of environment. Then here in India, we talk about Article 21, water security, Article 48, which talks about protection of environment, forest and wildlife. And then we have, so many other acts coming into force, like Wildlife Protection Act, Biological Diversity Act. Then came, if you look at the last decade, 2015, is where the Paris Agreement actually was signed. So Paris Agreement was signed between 195 countries and 450 funds. So the purpose of the Paris Agreement was to ensure that we have some targets, we have some goals, whereby by 2030, the increase in temperature beyond 2005 levels should not actually go beyond 1.5 to 2%. And that is why post 2015 came the sustainability goals also from United Nations, which is 17 sustainable goals, SDGs, what we call it. And the entire principle of ESG, which has actually been incorporated in India by SEBI, has been based on those 17 SDGs, which has been clubbed into 9 NGRBCs, what we call it, as National Voluntary Guidelines for Responsible Business Conduct. So this has been clubbed into something, and it has now actually become a reporting parameter. So we have so many companies reporting the balance sheets, which are there. I can go to ROC and say, pay 100 rupees and download any company's balance sheet today. These are all non-financial parameter reporting, which is going to put much more depth into what the business actually does to achieve that profitability. Please understand, this is very, very important parameter, what the business is actually doing, and that's why issues like social, environmental, and leading to governance has come to the fore in terms of what should actually be happening. So 17 SDGs and then various issues, legislation related to waste management, recycling, all this is coming forward in the last 10, 12, 15 years. So why ESG again? Again, as I said, 1.5 to 2%, not increase in temperature beyond those 2005 levels. Constant on resources. So when we talk about resources, there was a report published at MIT in 2001, which actually talked about the world having used 30-40% more resources on a per capita basis as compared to what it should ideally consumed. But that report being, US being a consumption-led economy, that report was abolished because US is again consumption-led. So they all are driven by consumption. There is hardly a concept of savings in the US. We save 24% of our salary or our business income we actually save. In US, that concept of saving is not there. And that's why, constraint on resources. Why? Because it should not happen that tomorrow mankind spends so much of resources that we are not leaving anything for the next generation. The whole purpose why ESG has come to the fore, that, say, at my age, I have lived a very good life. Probably I will leave it for the next 20, 25 years, but my next generation, your next generation, what are we leaving it for them? And that's the real purpose why the norms have come to the fore. And that's why it is pure non-financial reporting parameters that are actually going to drive the business profitability, and that is something which will drive the next decade or next 20 years to 30 years, because India has declared 2070 as net zero. So what is the difference between net zero and carbon neutrality? Anybody aware? Uma madam will be definitely aware because so Infosys is carbon neutral. So, all their operations and including water and electricity, they made it carbon neutral, but obviously their supply chain is not carbon neutral. So carbon neutral, when you have supply chain which is becoming 100% carbon neutral, you actually achieve net zero. Because anything and everything that you do from your entire operations, including your supply chain, does not produce any carbon emissions. So that is net zero. And India is on the verge of passing the historic net zero bill. Last year in 2023, I was invited to speak at 3 G20 conferences, out of which one of the conferences in Sikkim, I had the opportunity to share the dais with Mr. Sujit Kumar, who is taking the net zero bill ahead. And the bill has been passed in one house of parliament, waiting consent from other house and the president. It will soon become a law, and that is the time when each company, each corporate, whether it's a PSU or a private sector, or various government departments also, they will have to actually plan for net zero carbon emissions in their future operations, and they will have to actually work upon a plan. Like most of the companies here work upon a plan for 3, 5, 7 years, that okay, your bankers need a plan, you go to banks for working capital and say, okay, these are my projections for next 5 years, on the basis of these projections, I need working capital. So you'll have to ultimately end up doing a net zero plan over the next 5, 7, 10 years, because government has actually approved. Why India said 2070 as net zero? Because we are a country which is a poorer country. We have generation from electricity which is more or less even today 65% thermal and 35% renewable, and it is going to take us time to deliver on that. One very major important parameter that people should understand here is that what are the level of emissions globally there? Anybody aware of the figure? What are the carbon emissions globally? It is actually 36 gigatons. Out of 36, India only has 6. India only has 6%, which is 2 or 2.1 or 2.2 gigatons. As compared to that, China is 30% of 36, US is 13%, and Europe will be 10-12%. So जिन्होंने pollution कर दिया है, वो हमको बता रहे हैं कि भैया आप pollution control करो. So that is why they are pressurizing Modi ji to come out with 500 gigawatt of renewable energy. Okay, why the plan of 500 gigawatt by 2030, and that also 50% of the power consumption in India by 2030 has to be from renewable sources. Why? Because India has land, India has reasonable resources, India has the technology, India has the talent, India has one of the largest global engineering talents, and using that talent they want. So power cost in India, which was from a renewable side, was 18 rupees per unit, 15 years before, has now come down to as low as 1 rupees 99 paisa. So from that, it has again bounced back. It is now in the range of 3 rupees. But the point to say is that, I mean, how many people are using power here from an industrial point of view? Uma madam can tell what is the rate they are paying. Then commercial and hotel establishment, we are using this power. What could be the power rate here? Any idea? Let's talk practically. What is the rate of power being paid by the hotel? Are you aware? Maharashtra, I can tell you because I am aware of it. Maharashtra power hotels pay 15 to 16 rupees per unit. Okay. So in Maharashtra also industrial areas pay around 9 rupees, including taxes, but the base rate would be 7 and 2 rupees would be per unit. So look at the commercial establishment. We are enjoying this power every day. Sitting here doing so many conferences, and we are paying 15, 16 rupees when the world actually produces the power at 3 rupees. So there has to be, the biggest thing, revolution required in India today is energy revolution. So in one of the governance conferences, I actually coined the word, what we really need for the next generation is energy governance. Because energy is the biggest part. Like say we eat food for what? We eat food for energy, right? Which are the two biggest, largest sources of energy on the earth today? Can anybody tell me? Water and sun. Okay, so water is H2O, sun is H2He. So hydrogen and helium together can run continuously, producing energy endlessly. And what is the amount of energy that is captured on the earth from sun rays? You produce so much of solar, power, etc., etc. What is the percentage of energy which is delivered by the sun and what is captured on the earth? Any idea? Less than 1%. It's less than 1%. So imagine if we are able to have technology which can actually capture 5%, it will suffice. We'll actually become very green globally. So the purpose is, another basic principle is people, planet and profit, and that's why ESG, because if people don't survive, what is the use of that planet? If planet doesn't survive, what is the use of the profitability? So world over, India has a $5 trillion market cap, US has a $25 trillion market cap. What is the use of that market capitalization if the world is not going to survive? It's only on paper, right? Wealth is only on paper, it's not going to really come to you. Only dividends come to you, right? If you're a corporate entity, you will realize only dividends come to you. Wealth only remains on paper. And then because of all this, emergence of ESG committees at the board level. So we'll try to look at these particular points here. So environment, reduce emissions, reporting on SOX. NOx has become very compulsory for top 1,000 companies. And SEBI has played a very smart role. They have made all the bigger companies stand in front, 1,000 companies. When you talk about 1,000 companies, Uma madam, how many suppliers you have? Let us take an example of Reliance. Reliance would probably have not less than 10,000 supply chain. Tatas would have not less than 10, 15, 20,000. Birlas would not have less than 10, 15, 10. So if you are talking about the top 1,000 companies who are supposed to report on these norms, we are actually talking about 1 lakh in the supply chain. And how many in that 1 lakh? These are all listed company supply chain. How much of unlisted company, bigger companies, like Flipkart? We've done significant amount of work for Flipkart. Flipkart is a subsidiary of Walmart globally. So again, global consolidation of balance sheets. So what is Flipkart doing in India from renewable perspective has to be reported in the US balance sheet. So consolidation of balance sheet and financial numbers is something that will again add another 10, 15, 20,000 companies, and you add the supply chain, nobody is going to be spared. We are supposed to be measuring our own individual carbon footprint, right? We should be doing that. If we do that and follow it in some way, it will actually mean PSR, personal social responsibility, right? So I did a vision document on bamboo industry. It was submitted to Niti Aayog, and I messaged Priya also yesterday that when I came from Pune, Dr. Saraswat was sitting in the front row. I was sitting in the third row actually. And he's the guy who actually approved my vision statement on bamboo. So how bamboo industry can be worth 5 lakh, 6 lakh crores is the vision document. The document finally is with Ministry of Agriculture for approval. The important thing is how green we can become, how we can actually make ourselves much more visible. And the important part is bamboo has 1500 uses. It throws highest 35% more oxygen than any other plant in this world, and highest amount of carbon sequestration. So when we talk about energy, it is scope 1 is your own emissions and your borrowed energy emissions, and scope 3 is your supply chain emissions. So supply chain is going to be the biggest problem world over. 1 and 2 actually contributes 25%. 3 will be at least 75%. Some of the large companies like Tata Motors, Bajaj Auto, or large OEMs, their scope 3 emissions will not be less than 85 to 90%. That much, because they only do last mile assembly and they do branding and marketing. They have no real manufacturing processes. So as far as services are concerned, because we have so many software companies here in Hyderabad, electricity-based carbon emissions is roughly 80%, mobility-based is 20%. So this is the biggest chance for a city like Hyderabad to become actually, large amount of carbon neutrality from their own operations, because 80% of the electricity consumed can actually become renewable, and that's what should be the government pushing for. And then process-related emissions, which is a big criteria, because manufacturing companies, broadly 40% emissions actually come from process. 40% come from electricity, 20% come from mobility. So that's the broad breakup. I mean, look at India, per capita electricity consumption is only 1200. Look at USA, 4 times more population than India, and 10 times more electricity per capita consumption. Imagine if India needs 5,000 units on a per capita basis, what will be the energy requirement? 140 crore population today. It will probably become 160 crore in next 7, 8, 10 years. From where we are going to get this energy? 85% of the crude in India is imported. Should we not be governing it properly? That's the point of energy governance, which I wanted to drive. So, that's the target government has kept, 500 gigawatt by 2030, out of which 450 will come from solar and balance will come from other. One very important parameter, see, the power market in India is not developed because environment side is the biggest issue of ESG. Social side, we are relatively better off because CSR norms came into India in 2013-14. We have been doing 8-10 years of CSR, and companies have been doing very well in terms of CSR projects. Impact assessment has also become compulsory for CSR projects in India for companies who are spending more than 10 crore rupees. So we are very well covered in terms of social side. But obviously, environment side is something which we are missing it in a big way. So power market in India, which is roughly 90% long-term PPAs and 10% short-term. You must have heard about India Energy Exchange, where power is actually getting traded. So 8 to 10% power is actually getting traded there, and balance is all long-term, commitments. US is exactly reverse. US is 10% long-term PPAs, 90% is short-term. So energy storage, why energy storage? Because you don't have renewable power throughout the day, right? You have sun for 8, 9, 10 hours, and then you need to store the power you require for the peak hours. So what are peak hours in India? 7 to 9 in the morning and 7 to 11 in the evening. These are peak hours. So 6 hours of peak hours require actually 20% more power than the normal. If your normal consumption is 100, peak hour consumption is 20. So if your total power consumption is 120, 20 to 25 is actually peak hour consumption. So that is an area of storage, because अगर store करेंगे तो use करेंगे, नहीं तो कहाँ से लाएंगे power? It's for industry. See, because renewable power is only available during the day, na? So you need to have excess capacity. The bigger disadvantage today is that thermal plants run with a capacity of 75 to 80%. Renewable power, solar, the capacity efficiency doesn't go beyond 25%. So you need to install 4 times more capacity. And then storage, you need it for say few hours in a day, maybe 3, 4, 5 hours in a day. So that's where the money is required, and that's the challenging part of it. Look at the vehicle scenario in India. You know, India has 33 crore vehicles, US also has 33 crore vehicles. But India has 80% two-wheelers, US has 80% four-wheelers. Exactly the reverse scenario. If only 21 crore two-wheelers become 25 crores by 2030 and we have 7% penetration, government is talking about 30% penetration, and we calculate for all other vehicles, we require 740 gigawatt hours of battery capacity in India. We today don't even have 1 gigawatt hour. How will sustainability happen in India? Are we going to be dependent on China all throughout? Then they will steal our software, they will do everything, sab hanky-panky karenge. So look at the numbers, what is the opportunity? And this is what exactly ESG wants you to be careful about to drive this in the future, because one of the points of reporting talks about investment in R&D which will make your products and services much more greener. That's a commitment that the government wants from you. Any idea in terms of what is the R&D spend in India as a percentage of GDP? Any idea anybody has? It is 0.6 to 0.7%, and it is consistent only over the last so many years. How much the world spends? Korea spends 2.5–3%. We are not even spending 25% of what the world spends in terms of R&D. Why? And this is a point of real concern, because the R&D spend globally is being done by companies which are very large, and they have significantly higher professional management. There is no promoter-driven management. Don't get me wrong, all of you are promoters and founders in some way. But if you look at Cisco, you look at Siemens, most of these companies, their promoter shareholding would be less than 20%. So most of the high corporate decision making is done by people who are professionals, who are CEOs. They are paid millions and millions of dollars salary. Most of you would have read, what is the salary of Sundar Pichai? Salary including stock option was $200 million. So that is why people are being paid higher, because they can take decision in terms of what is best for the company. They can invest into R&D. So globally, R&D spend is significantly higher. We are lacking that in India. And other than government, which is putting forth so many PLI schemes, the amount of money that is available under various PLI schemes would be like in the range of 1,25,000 crores. With a foreign population of 140 crores, US with 35 crore population has put 400 billion. Madam, that's the point you should put across to the government. I have presented in many forums that India at least needs 12 to 15 lakh crores worth of subsidies from a transition perspective. What we are trying to address? We are trying to address the major critical part of our life, that is energy, in the form of either renewable energy, which is required on a day-to-day basis, or a process energy, which is required for producing something which will get our products sold overseas, right? In domestic market as well as overseas. Europe has already come out with CBAM regulation, carbon border adjustment mechanism, where 3% of the cost of the product or sale price of the product is going to be your tax if you are not going to be carbon compliant over the next few years. 2026 is where they are starting, January, and it is going to have a significant impact on your sale price. What is the average profitability in companies? Not more than 8 or 10%. If you are going to have 3% impact on sales only because of Europe, what is going to be the impact? It is going to have significant impact. So that's the point. So when I talk about batteries, this is the biggest opportunity India has, and that's where more and more institutions, corporates need to really get into. So, when we come, Minister also talked about hydrogen in the morning. Don't think India is is a very small user of hydrogen. India today consumes 8% of the world hydrogen. How much? 8%. We are not even, we are more than 5%. People are thinking that, okay, India, hydrogen, kisko kya pata hai? We are not aware of the regulations. We are not aware about anything. But India today consumes 8% of the world hydrogen, out of which fertilizers and refineries consume 80% of that. So we are in a way consuming 7 million metric tons of hydrogen, out of which 80% is being used by fertilizers and refineries. So it's going to be the biggest demand creator. As I said, Two largest sources of energy on the earth, hydrogen and helium. Both has H common. Hydrogen is the biggest carrier of energy in the world. So it's going to be the biggest source of, perpetual energy, because hydrogen cannot be found in separate state. It has to be mixed. It is always in a mixed form. And that's why it needs to be extracted. So when we do electrolysis, we separate hydrogen and oxygen. And that is going to be, electrolysis is easy in terms of the technology, but in terms of requirement for water, it is very difficult, because producing 1 kg of hydrogen requires 12 liters of mineralized water. If it is demineralized water, it is 20 liters. So are we going to use, again I said water is a right under Article 21 of the Constitution. In terms of priority, anybody aware what is the priority for water in terms of usage? It is agriculture first, second residence, and third is industry. Even though industry is only consuming less than 5%, but still tomorrow somebody can come up and say, why you are giving my water to industry? These are all challenges. Farmers can come forward and say, Mera pani aap industry ko kyun de rahe ho? So, these are all challenges which we need to really be aware of. And look at this particular scenario, capacity in terms of what has already been ordered. This is already, RFQ has been given by the government, 410,000 tons worth of hydrogen capacity is under creation in India, using electrolysis as a base. Nobody is even aware of this, people are not even aware where do we stand in terms of use of hydrogen as an energy source. So we are there, we are going to be progressing very well on this particular path. December 2025 is where the corporates have been actually asked to make this capacity ready. So this is a new emerging market for India, carbon credits. I was fortunate to be part of a team that actually presented to Dr. Hardik Shah at the PMO in terms of why India needs carbon markets. Along with carbon markets, any process that you do which can actually help you save 1 ton of carbon emissions, will actually get a 1 CR. That 1 CR, carbon emission reduction certificate, will actually get traded on the exchange. International Carbon Exchange is a company which has already been formed by the government under IEX, and it will start operations probably in the next 6 to 8 months. So anything that you do in your processes which can actually help save some amount of carbon, you will get CERs issued. Those CERs can be traded on the exchange. You will get money for that, and that's why government has actually come out with guidelines for trading also. They come out with guidelines for carbon verifier programs also. So all energy auditors, who are there in India will probably have to pass some exam to get them certified as a carbon verifier. And in that carbon verifier program, they will basically, ensure that, go to the factories, go to the plants and ensure that the verification of carbon actually happens. Similar way, green credits has also been started by the government, where government is saying that, okay, this is a forest land which has been degraded significantly, and then corporates can use that land, take it on lease for 15, 20, 25 years and do plantation. And those plantation will also enjoy green credits. And there again will be, institution like BE, Bureau of Energy Efficiency, will actually make all the guidelines, and GRIDCO, which is Grid Corporation of India, will be the agency which will actually issue the carbon certificates. So what are the opportunities for India? So, low-cost auto components, battery manufacturing, green hydrogen. Again, government is talking about 5 million metric tons of export of hydrogen by 2030, which is a relatively difficult task, but that's the opportunity, because if you are able to have a process manufacturing whereby the cost of hydrogen can actually come down, I think that's where what a lot of corporates, including Reliance, is actually trying is that asking government to actually allow use of blue hydrogen. So when we actually produce, how is hydrogen produced in India? Any idea? There is something called as LNG, liquefied natural gas. By using steam methane reformation process, it is produced, it results into grey hydrogen. In the process of producing grey hydrogen, if you are able to capture the carbon, that becomes blue hydrogen. Reliance is actually, trying to see that they can run. Reliance is one of the only companies in India which has their own fleet, 5,000 trucks on books. And they are trying to convert 2,500 of their trucks into ICE hydrogen, that is internal combustion. They have developed an internal combustion engine which will actually run on hydrogen. So these are the kind of innovations which people need to be really worried about in terms of India as a country. We are 10 years behind China in terms of research and development effort. Government is pushing the motto significantly, but obviously this needs to be pushed further. Otherwise, too much of dependence on 85% imported crude will create a lot of problems, because we are seeing the fluctuation in currency. We are seeing the issues in terms of Ukraine war. We are seeing the issues in terms of Israel, Hamas war and Israel-Iran war now. So these are all challenges which companies in industry as a country we are facing. So again, from a green banking perspective, what are the opportunities? We need to make this particular sector as priority sector. Some of the policies actually have declared this as priority sector, but in terms of action, we are missing there, because things are not really happening the way it should, because bankers need to be trained. Please understand that bankers need to be really trained from a new energy transition perspective. It is not easy to understand the difference between kilowatt and kilowatt hour and hydrogen policies and regulations. It is going to be a much more challenging task for the bank from a banking fraternity point of view. And here in India, we have a system whereby if I take 100 rupees loan, my EMI starts from next month onwards. So we need to really move away from EMI-based regulations to a long-term, policy-based or long-term revenue-based sort of a funding mechanism in the coming days. So this is what Prime Minister Modi declared at COP26, whereby he said the Panchamrut part. Panchamrut is 500 gigawatt, 50% reduction in production coming from renewable energy by 2030, and reduction of carbon emissions. So this and net zero by 2070. So these are the targets which government has kept for itself. Then this is something which the world is actually very much worried about. There is a concept called as ecocide. Ecocide, like genocide, is a crime against the environment. 8 countries in Europe already follow ecocide as a law. So anything and everything that you do globally, these countries, every case is handled by International Criminal Court. And they are trying to impress upon all those 196 countries who have signed the Paris Agreement that you should be actually adhering to ecocide, because you are ultimately, anything that you do today will actually harm the environment in a big way, right? We are driving a diesel vehicle, it is harming the environment. We are driving the petrol vehicle, it is actually harming the environment. Is your product safe? It is not safe, right? Because it is leading to so much. What is the amount of money Government of India spends on healthcare every year? The budget is 2 lakh crores. Only to see that people are healthy, but because of pollution, it is leading to so many problems. I hope you are aware of a case whereby somebody who is a BCom graduate came from Chandigarh to work in Delhi Municipal Corporation. After 5 years, during the COVID time, he was actually tested, and they found that 50% of his lungs are actually completely blocked. So this is the impact of pollution in Delhi. At the age of 28, his 50% of the lungs were actually blocked. So government is spending 2 lakh crores, but is it really benefiting the people? It's not. So what needs to be controlled is the pollution part of it. So, basic principle why, as I said, SEBI is actually, played a very smart move in terms of keeping all these top 1,000 companies in front. And because of top 1,000 companies, everybody in supply chain, and it all throughout the guidelines, they talk about supply chain, supply chain, supply chain, supply chain, supply chain. They talk about training, they talk about mentoring, they talk about renewable energy support, they talk about everything. So supply chain is going to be the key. And, because of what is the purpose of this reporting? It's a non-financial reporting, which is so important for a corporation. I am very sure 2 years down the line, Pandora's box will open. It is not going to be easy. I am running a software company, you are running a software company. I am showing X emissions, you are showing Y emissions. How can it be different? Because the building is the same, your per capita consumption of electricity is the same. How can your emissions be different than my emissions? I am very sure SEBI will open up Pandora's box after 2 years. Like, we are seeing issues on GST which are getting now rolled over or, getting corrected over a period of time. These issues will actually crop up in the coming days. So basically, there are 3 parts to the reporting, which is done by large listed companies. Section A talks about general disclosure. B talks about management and process disclosure. And third talks about principle-wise reporting. So these principles are basically the 9 principles of NGRBC, which are actually on the 17 principles of SDG, which is United Nations principle clubbed into 9. and basically they are driving the entire reporting for. So section B talks about management and process, then, coverage of the principle, is there any web link available, how are you publishing the report, what are the goals, comments, what are the targets you have, what is the performance against targets. Then section B also talks about governance, leadership and oversight. What is the director's statement, who's handling this, who's responsible, what are the reviews taken by the director, what is the frequency of reviews, then what is the process of evaluation, how we are going to worry about your supply chain. So these are all problems which people are going to face, because if top 1,000 companies face these problems, it will automatically come to the supply chain. Because 75% is scope 3 emissions, which is going to have serious issues in the coming days, despite the fact that you may not have, as a supply chain company, you may not have more than 8 to 10% profitability. You will end up investing into these particular parameters because there is no choice. Otherwise, what is the weightage of ESG today in business decision making is roughly 15%. Tomorrow, in the next 3 to 4 years, it will become 50 to 60%. So if your and my product is the same, if I am more compliant than you as far as ESG is concerned, I will definitely get more business than you are. So you are straightway going to be a loss of business opportunity for you in the coming days. So these are all 9 principles, so I don't want to go too much into deep. This is available on the website. I just made it a point to put it here because, issues like action taken against director, bribery policy, code of conduct, and code of conduct is not something that only directors have to follow. It has to be followed by entire team in the organization. So again, principle number 2 talks about, these are real challenges, extended producer responsibility. See, if I am DMart and I am Reliance Smart, having 5,000 goods displayed in my shop, what is the responsibility I am taking for these particular products? So extended producer responsibility is that particular part. And how are you going to manage about life cycle assessment of all this, supply chain? Principle number 3 talks about, accessibility to workplace, details of retirement benefits, etc. And all this is to be reported. See, earlier it was not getting reported in a big way. Now it is going to get reported. Once you start reporting, all legal complications will come your way. And that is the real purpose why non-financial reporting like BRSR has been made compulsory. And then how do you identify your stakeholders? So somebody talked about, I think in the afternoon, somebody talked about vulnerable and marginalized, so the guidelines actually take care of vulnerable, marginalized local suppliers that you need to really be dependent on. But the problem is that if tomorrow there is a large 2,000, 5,000 crore company, they give an order to a marginalized supplier, how he is going to really meet the challenges and, supply chain constraints of all these companies. That is because you can't have a loss of business, right? The bigger company can't have a loss of business for one small product not being available. So principle number 5, so these are the points to be considered in principle number 5. And then again we talk about energy consumption, PAT scheme, reporting on zero liquid discharge, EI projects undertaken. So anything and everything that to do with environment, recycling, waste management, everything needs to be completely taken care and reported. If you don't have a plan today, doesn't matter. Work on the plan, make it happen in the next 4 to 5 or 7 years. And that's what the government objective is for these particular guidelines. But if you do not show any progress, one large software company, ESG head came and called me saying that they do work for Boeing in the US. He said, Boeing has told me very clearly, please show me your ESG plan, otherwise no business next year. So again, principle number 6. And then again, there are so many companies who would be member of FICCI, right? So trade and industry affiliations and how we are using those industry affiliations to get your business support is also needs to be reported today in the balance sheet. Which are the organizations? Are you there with FICCI? Are you there with CII? Are you there with any other state regulation, state bodies? And how we are using them? How are you funding them? Are you funding them for your own benefit? All this needs to be reported in the coming days. So again, these guidelines. Again, mechanism for consumer complaints and feedback. This is very, very important. Please understand this is principle number 9, and please study this principle when you go back, because it talks about provide value to the consumers in a responsible manner. So anybody who is supplying a food product, don't get me wrong, anybody who is supplying a food product which is not healthy, will he fall under these guidelines? I am raising a question to all of you. He will actually fall under these guidelines, and if you say, my product is healthy, but in reality your product is not healthy, it becomes a serious ESG communication and legal issue. This is my version of the entire guidelines. You also study them. It is available on the website. You go and study BRS or SEBI guidelines, you will get everything there. But the question is, when somebody talks about value to the consumer in a responsible manner, by doing something which is not really responsible, am I creating problems for the consumer? Is something which needs to be studied and understood. So this is the broad summary of reporting which needs to be really taken care. And this is something which people have to go into deep every time they go. Each parameter will get improvised every time that you report. And these are the reporting initiatives. The most critical part of the entire thing, why ESG? And this is very critical for all listed companies. Obviously, it is critical for unlisted companies also. So BRR started in India in 2012-13, that is business responsibility reporting, and now we have moved to business responsibility and sustainability reporting. So if I am doing 20% ROE, putting my 20% of my profit or 20% cost ROE into my sustainability activities, what are the benefits in terms of market capitalization is very clearly seen here. I have only studied 3 companies. So you look at Reliance Industries from $50 billion to $250 billion, Hindustan Unilever from 12 to 69, and Infosys from 24 to 81. So the benefits of ESG investment are immense. There is no second thought about it. Only question is, it is a strategic investment. It is not a short-term goal. You need to really worry about it and invest for next 7, 8, 10 years. If you worry about that, the benefits are enormous. It's like somebody in family not being well. So will you borrow and take care of his health? No. You will take money from your savings to take care of his health. So the question is, understanding the strategic intent of ESG is very, very important for corporates. And that's where the real business value will actually come. So consequences of missing. So these are the issues in terms of consequences. This is what our company does globally. We are one of the largest energy consulting firms in the US, and this India office is 13 years old with a team of around 150 people. So this is what we do in India. Last but not the least, we are the first generation to feel the effect of climate change, and the last generation who can do about it. That's what Mr. Barack Obama said. And the next line is said by me. What has gone wrong in the last 75 to 100 years needs to be corrected in the next 25 to 30 years. We need to run 3 times more faster to achieve our climate goals. So this is what ESG is all about. I hope I've been able to do justice to your time, and really make you understand what ESG really stands for and what is the strategic intent of ESG for Indian industry overall. Thank you so much. I think any questions are there, we can take for 2-3 minutes. See, I generally do ESG talks at least for 2 hours. Yeah.
Sir, it was an honor and privilege to have you as our distinguished speaker today. Your insightful talk on crucial topics such as climate and industrial decarbonization and green hydrogen opportunity for India was truly inspiring. We are grateful for your time and your effort. Thank you, sir. I now call upon Neha Reddy, Head of MSME FLO Hyderabad, to please take the valedictory session forward. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. As we near the conclusion of our MSME Conclave on MSMEs and inclusive growth, which has been a remarkable forum of discussions and innovative ideas. I am honored to introduce our esteemed guests for the valedictory address. This conclave has brought together thought leaders and industry experts to explore the immense potential of MSMEs in driving inclusive growth and economic development in India. To encapsulate the essence of our discussions and provide a visionary perspective, we have with us Mr. Jayesh Ranjan, IAS, Special Chief Secretary for Information Technology, Electronics and Communication, and Industries and Commerce Departments of Telangana. I would now like to invite Chairperson Ms. Priya Gazdar and esteemed speaker Mr. Jayesh Ranjan onto the dais. I request our Chairperson to extend a warm welcome. I would now like to invite Chairperson Ms. Priya Gazdar and our National President Joyshri Das Verma and our esteemed speaker Mr. Jayesh Ranjan onto the dais. I request our Chairperson and the National President to felicitate our distinguished speaker. Mr. Jayesh Ranjan is an accomplished IAS officer of the 1992 batch. With a robust academic background, he holds a master's degree in psychology from Delhi University, a business management degree from IIM Calcutta, and a master's in public management from the Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy, National University of Singapore. His contributions have been recognized with prestigious awards, including the Royal Order of the Polar Star by the King of Sweden in 2019, and the honorary doctorate from the University of Bolton in 2022. He has also consulted for international organizations like the World Bank and UNESCAP. Mr. Ranjan has been instrumental in developing policy frameworks, attracting investments, and promoting digital empowerment in Telangana. His extensive experience spans industrial promotion, tourism promotion, urban development, and rural assignments focusing on tribal development and poverty alleviation. Beyond his professional achievements, he actively supports social, cultural, and charitable causes, serving on the boards and advisory committees of several organizations. Thank you for joining us, sir. May I request Mr. Jayesh Ranjan to deliver the valedictory address on MSME sector, fueling the self-reliant India dream.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's rather late in the day. I only see past chairpersons and the award winners. But both are important segments for me. The past chairpersons are some of the most important, most influential women leaders. So it's important to talk to them. The award winners are obviously role models and people who are coming up. So also important to have them. The second row, maybe, yeah. Good. So anyway, all the relevant people are there. In fact, I'll prefer quality over quantity. It's so glad that all of you are here. But nevertheless, I know that I need not give a very long speech. I know that Honorable Minister was here in the morning. He spoke about some very important points. I'll just kind of pick up from where he left, make a few remarks overall, and then we'll move on to the award ceremony. So Minister must have shared this with you that as all of us know, there's a new government since December. In the previous government also, we had a good industrial policy. We supported women entrepreneurs, but certain things were missing. And the current government has taken note of all the things which were not really done that well, which did not yield very good results. And it has asked us now to focus on one of those things. So one of the most important things is the attention to MSMEs. In fact, I myself was involved in the previous government. So some of that criticism, even I have to take. But there used to be a comment that that government was typically more tuned to the requirements of the large companies. If some large company is coming to Hyderabad, immediately we'll roll out the red carpet and there'll be so much of kind of excitement about them, which was important. The large companies also contribute quite a lot to the economy. But we did not show similar kind of enthusiasm and excitement for the small players, the mid-scale players, and there was a general industrial policy which was meant for everyone. But the reality is that the bigger companies, the big boys as we call them, they took more advantage of that policy. So the current government, amongst various other priorities, one of the priorities they have asked us to work on is to develop an exclusive policy for MSME. So I'm working on it. We are almost there. Possibly in about a month's time, the policy will be approved by the cabinet. It will be made public. So I can't really disclose everything which is there in the policy, but I'll share the methodology, what we are following. So there are about half a dozen very important indicators, whether a state or a geography or a country is doing well in terms of supporting small businesses or not. So one indicator is the number of MSMEs in proportion to the population. Obviously, a large state like UP will have more MSMEs, a small state like a Goa or a Sikkim will have lower number. But in proportion to population, what is the number of MSMEs? So that is one important indicator. What is the total output of all these MSMEs? All these MSMEs put together, whatever they manufacture, whatever they produce, whatever services do they offer, what is the value of all that? What is the contribution of that value to the state's overall GDP? What is the number of jobs which these MSMEs create? What is the number of product innovation, new products, new patents which these MSMEs file? Or even in an intuitive way, let us say if I ask you which are the 10 or let us say 5 most visible ketchup brands, tomato ketchup brands, or 5 most important, let us say chappal brands or spectacles brands. And if MSMEs are in that, are there any MSMEs from Telangana which are known nationally or globally for their products? So these are some of the common indicators. So the reality is that in all these common indicators which are used to judge MSME's performance, we are not there at the top in any one of them. Of course, not to say that we are in the bottom everywhere. We are neither in the top nor in the bottom. We are somewhere in the middle. But given the fact that Telangana has excelled in so many things, there is no reason why we cannot improve our performance, why we cannot really become in the top or close to the top. So that is the effort. That how do you ensure that in each of these parameters, tomorrow Telangana overtakes, maybe we are 6th somewhere, 8th somewhere, 9th somewhere. So how do we overtake maybe 6 other states, 8 other states, 7 other states? So what we have then again started working on is that what are the reasons which can help our MSMEs improve their performance, improve their output, improve their values, and really get into the top. So what are the challenges they face? So the methodology, the approach we are taking is to identify the pain points. What are the biggest pain points? Let us say if I ask a hall full of MSMEs to sit here and tell us what are their challenges, they will list out a number of them. Many of the challenges will be related to high cost of infrastructure. If they have to take land, they have to pay crores of rupees per acre for that land, which becomes very prohibitive, which makes their project itself financially unviable. They'll speak a lot about financing. They take loans, obviously. Some part is their equity, but the rest of it comes as loan. The entire amount of loan which they require, the time at which they require the loan, the periodicity or the frequency through which that loan should be disbursed, that does not happen. That is a very common complaint. They find it very difficult to compete in a competitive market. Suppliers are not really reliable. Buyers are not reliable. Someone else undercuts them. All kinds of issues come. Delayed payments is another challenge. They make some supplies, but the payments don't come on time. So their working capital gets badly disturbed. Another very important challenge is the HR challenge. See, unlike a big company, which can go to the best colleges, join the placement program, recruit the most talented people, these MSMEs don't have that access to the best possible talent. No college or university will allow them to join the placement program. The best talent will never come to them. So how do they manage? So HR challenge is again a very big thing. Even if you have intent, the management or the owner of that MSME may be very educated, very enlightened, maybe very savvy, and everything else also can be tied up. He can tie up financing, he can tie up something else. But what will eventually pull him back is the lack of capable people to run the show. So that is again a big challenge. And there are so many other things as well. So what we have now decided to work on is to look at each challenge and how these challenges can be overcome through government intervention. What interventions are required? And who are the other players also who need to support them? So that is how the policy is being worked out. So we are mapping all the problems, and for each of the problem, we are providing solutions. No problem is left unattended. Let us say I write 20 problems or I identify 20 problems. When you see the policy, you will find that systematically each problem is provided a solution. The other very important thing is, see, I don't know, but I'm sure you know this. People make some very sarcastic comments about policy making in India. People always say that great policies are written, but nothing happens on the ground. I mean, policy making is not new. While I'm writing the MSME policy, in our country, thousands of policies would have been written in the states, in the country. In India, the norm is that unless you write 500 pages, you are not supposed to have done a good job. The policy book should be so voluminous that if you lift it, your wrist should sprain. I mean, if your wrist does not sprain by lifting the policy book, you have not done a good job. The team which is writing this policy for me, my instructions to them is that it should not exceed 20 pages or maximum 25 pages. So where the norm is to write 500 pages, I'm writing only 20 pages. But so in India, that is how it is, that you write pages and pages and pages. Of course, it will all be written in very good English. So it will read very nicely, as if you are reading some good storybook kind of thing. It will also be typically printed on glossy paper. So if you feel it, it will feel very nice. If you actually bring it close to your nose, it will also smell very well, because no one typically opens it again and again. So that fresh smell of that print also is very nice. So you can keep a thick book close to your nose and feel it. I mean, many of your senses will be stimulated, but nothing. Pardon me? Yeah, so, but that is the thing, but nothing happens thereafter. So what we are doing is very different. It's a short book, short document rather, but every sentence in that is actionable. Another very important thing which people speak about India is that good intent is shown in those policies. I mean, people who write those policies are also serious people, learned people, wise people. They have good intentions. So obviously the intent is there, but no action happens thereafter. So what is the reason behind this gap, behind the gap of intent and action? So one, if you really dive deep into this, one of the most glaring reasons is that no one takes complete accountability and responsibility for implementing this policy. So let us say an MSME policy is brought out tomorrow. Now, technically, you can say that I am responsible because I'm the principal secretary of the department. I have to take responsibility, but then I'll be responsible for 50 other things also. And even if I'm passionate about MSMEs, I can't devote 24/7 time to implement that policy. So we are taking care of all these things. We will identify the problems, we will provide solutions, but we will also create a mechanism which implements this policy 24/7. They will be held accountable. If something is not tomorrow delivered, we can ask them that of the 50 solutions which we proposed, only 20 are on the ground, 30 are not on the ground. What are you doing? So we can hold them accountable. We can hold them responsible. And obviously we will ensure that that situation does not come. Those people are continuously monitoring the implementation of the policy. So this is one very important point which I wanted to share. Obviously, Honorable Minister would have alluded to it, but this is how it is going about. So you can understand the seriousness, the meticulousness, the methodology. And again, I'm happy to share with you that the current government is, as a part of their manifesto and as a part of their agenda, very pro-women. So the document also, which will come out, as I said, in about a month's time, there'll be many features where there'll be a very strong bias towards women entrepreneurs, how the activities of a women entrepreneur will be supported more and more beyond what is being given to a similar enterprise promoted by a non-woman. So all these things will be there for you to see in about a month's time. But thereafter, as I said, do kind of look at this policy, review this. If you feel that something is still missing, which needs to be included. Many of you, like Jayashree ji, you have a national perspective. If you feel that in Tamil Nadu something better is happening, in Gujarat something else is happening, which also can be emulated by us, please feel free to bring that to our knowledge. And as I said, keep reviewing the implementation of that policy. Most importantly, make full use of that policy, because this will be an effort which is happening first time in the state. We do have a good industrial policy, but to have a dedicated MSME policy is the first of its kind. So benefit as much as you can, monitor its implementation, point out if something was promised and is not getting delivered on the ground, etc. So keep us on our toes, as the expression goes. So I mean, I'm not prepared to say anything else now. So I guess I'll say thanks to all of you. Thanks for inviting me, and good wishes to everyone who is receiving this award today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable insights on the government's endeavors towards the growth of MSMEs. I now invite Sujita Reddy, Honorary Secretary, FLO Hyderabad, to take the session forward with the MSME honor roll.
Welcome to the MSME Honor Roll, celebrating the outstanding achievements of women entrepreneurs who have redefined success through innovation and resilience. Today, we honor their inspiring contributions to business, social impact, sustainability, and beyond. I request Ms. Usharani Manne, National Head of MSME Awards, to outline the framework for recognizing today's outstanding women.
Ladies and gentlemen, namaste and good evening. They say recognition is fleeting, yet its impact can be everlasting. Let me tell you a story underscores the power of recognition. Kiran Majumdar Shah, the founder of Biocon Limited, India's largest biopharmaceutical company. She received the prestigious Padma Shri Award from the Government of India in 1989. For her pioneering work in the biotechnology sector. The Padma Shri recognition not only honored Majumdar Shah's achievements, but also significantly boosted her visibility and credibility in the industry. It accelerated her entrepreneurial journey as well as enabled Biocon to attract investment, forge partnerships, and establish itself as a global biopharmaceutical powerhouse. So, recognition is not just about applause. It's about opening avenues that lead to greater success. As the vertical head for MSME Awards in the MSME cell of FLO, I'm proud to be part of an organization that has always been at the forefront of supporting women entrepreneurs and women-led MSMEs. This year is the year of action for our MSME cell at the national. Our national president, Jayashree Verma, recognizes the vital role of MSME sector in our economy and believes that women are key to driving its growth and development. Through our MSME cell, we are dedicated to equipping women entrepreneurs with the tools and knowledge to build resilient foundations for enduring business success. Our year is methodically planned, each quarter meticulously focused to strategically progress from partnership building and registrations to vendor developments, awards, ministry collaboration, and concluding with an EDP programs. Today, we gather in Hyderabad as part of this larger objective of the National MSME Cell. On the occasion of National MSME Day, we are recognizing and celebrating 10 remarkable women-led micro, small, and medium organizations. The application and selection process for these honors began a call for applications from women-led MSME organizations, both within FLO and beyond. Applicants were asked to provide detailed information about how their company is technologically more advanced than competitors, how their company creates a positive impact on the environment and society, and the unique selling propositions of their product and services. Additionally, they were required to submit the last 3 years' audited balance sheets, the Udyam registration certificate, and ESI PF registration certificates, if any. We are grateful to our partners, MSME, MSME Balanagar, and VHub for collaborating with us in nominating and shortlisting the nominees. As Maya Angelou eloquently expressed, each time a woman stands up for herself without knowing it possibly, without claiming it, she stands up for all women. This evening, by celebrating the achievements of these women-led MSMEs, we go beyond recognizing individual trumps. We stand in solidarity with the countless women who strive tirelessly to make a profound difference in our society and economy. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Usha Rani Manne. To give away first set of recognitions, may I invite on stage special guests of honor, Shri Jayesh Ranjan ji, and FLO National President Joyshri Das Verma, Chairperson Priya Gazdar, Mohammad Iqbal, Vice President Business Development, McLean Group, our principal sponsor for today's conclave. Please put your hands together. As I welcome on stage, Ms. Charu Dhyani, co-founder of Woodbox and Pro Zero Carbon, recognized as a trailblazer in sustainability and climate advocacy. May I request Ms. Charu Dhyani to speak a few words?
Thank you so much, Ms. Priyat, for inviting me over here. Thank you to the whole FICCI FLO team for doing such a due diligence and then selecting me for this honor. Working in the space of sustainability and climate tech is not easy, and it's a very difficult thing to do, and to have supporters and stakeholders coming in and support us means a lot. So thank you so much for having us on this day. Thank you.
Congratulations, Ms. Charu Dhyani. Please give a warm round of applause for Ms. G. Krishnaveni of SR Power Systems Private Limited, as we recognize her commendable contributions to the fields of power, power generation, transmission, and distribution. We are grateful to MSME DFO Balnagar for nominating her.
Award for renewable energy services, and it is not possible for me to do alone. I'm thankful to my family, parents, friends, shareholders, our staff, and our banking partners also. Award is not a recognition. Actually, it increases our responsibility also to grow forward and further. And it is a reminder that hard work and dedication pays off. Thank you very much. Thank you, FICCI FLO, once again.
Congratulations once again, G. Krishnaveni. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming to stage Ms. Nikita Reddy, Managing Director of Tucky Drive Industries, in recognition of her outstanding achievements in manufacturing excellence. We are grateful to MSME DFO Balanagar for nominating her. I request Ms. Nikita Reddy to say a few words.
Firstly, it's very inspiring to share this room with fellow women entrepreneurs who have accomplished so much in the field of entrepreneurship. And I'm extremely thankful to FLO for giving me this opportunity and recognizing my hard work and dedication. Thank you so much. I'm extremely grateful. Thank you.
Congratulations, Ms. Nikita Reddy. Please join me in welcoming to stage Ms. K. Indira Reddy, co-founder of Ritika Innovations Private Limited, recognized for her remarkable achievements in social impact agripreneurship. We are grateful to MSME for nominating her. I request Ms. Indira Reddy to say a few words.
Good evening, one and all. Yeah, I'm really honored to be here because it's a routine thing we thank, but it actually receiving these such awards really inspires because in this beekeeping, as this is all manufacturing sector, but honey and honeybees play a vital role in farming, agriculture. So today I'm here to spread the word to save the honeybees, and there's lot of economical benefits also by doing beekeeping. So we need lot of incubation centers, and we have to collaborate with all the departments because all the other manufacturing companies are already there, but beekeeping also we have lot of potential in economic growth because from past few years 24% of honey exports have increased during COVID time. And we not only have honey, but we have 6 other byproducts. So in that, we need lot of support from the MSMEs and other incubation centers. We can collaborate with IIMs or IITs and other colleges and institutions because lot of research has to be go into because as Sir mentioned that very little contribution is there in R&D. So a lot of R&D has to go into this because in pharma and cosmetic companies also use this royal jelly and venom. So we need your support further because it's only a stepping stone and still a long way to go. And this is a great honor to all my team, my family and friends because this beekeeping is not just a small thing because we have to migrate at nights because morning when I told you all get scared of sting, but it is good because it heals 40 types of diseases. So please don't be scared of honeybees. Let's all, admire them. There's like bee therapy and royal jelly to look young. Once upon a time, this Cleopatra and all the queens, they used to take the sting and venom, then royal jelly. So let's hope for all the young women to start off with to look more younger. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Ms. Indira Reddy. Please join me in applauding Shining Star Self-Help Group for their outstanding contribution to capacity building at the grassroots level. Joining on behalf of Shining Star is CEO Rubina Nafis Fatima and Program Director Mr. Imam Hussain to receive the recognition. We are grateful to VHub for nominating them. Can we have all of the entire self-help group on the stage, please? May I request Ms. Rubina to share a few words?
Good evening, everyone. On behalf of Rubina ma'am, I am here. I'm great honored to extend my vote of thanks to all who have contributed for this great event and making this event successful. And I would like to introduce SAFA. The SAFA is an NGO and is working from 2006, established and founded by Ms. Rubina, and her selfless dedication towards women growth. We have almost registered 200 SAGs, and this is one of them. So we are thankful for them for recognizing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Iqbal sir, for giving away the first set of recognitions. May I now request Uma Chigurupati, FLO Governing Body Member, Past Chairperson FLO Hyderabad, Executive Director Granules India Limited, co-sponsor for today's conclave, to join the dignitaries on the dais to give away our next set of recognitions. Applause as we welcome Ms. Vani Subhash, Managing Director of Hansa Holidays, past Chairperson of FLO Hyderabad, in recognition of her exemplary leadership and significant contributions to the travel and tourism industry over the past 25 years. May I request Ms. Vani Subhash to share a few words?
They scared me a little bit by saying I had to prepare a 2-minute speech, which I did. But to make it short and sweet, I'm so deeply honored that my family, FLO, of which I've been a member of over 20 years and was the chairperson 17 years ago, have recognized me. And I have many recognitions, but this really touched my heart, Priya. And, and I really receive it with a lot of, happiness. So I have done many things in FLO, and this is also a nice gesture. Thank you so much, Priya.
Congratulations, Ms. Vani Subhash. Let's extend a hearty applause to Ms. Sarita Chilakapati, Director of Finance at Innomet Advanced Materials Private Limited, as we acknowledge her outstanding manufacturing excellence in the specialized areas of metal powder and tungsten heavy alloy components. Her company, Innomet Advanced Materials Private Limited, is a resident of FLO Industrial Park at Suntalpur. She recently is applied into IPO. She's turning into IPO soon. She's the first one from MSME Emerge. May I now request Sarita to say a few words?
Thank you, Team FLO. Thank you, Vicky FLO, for this gesture. And I would like to thank our National President, Ms. Joyshri Das Verma also. Here I would like to say a few words that I actually immensely benefited out of Vicky FLO, because I joined about probably 8 or 9 years ago. I'm sorry, I can't recollect the year. But I think I was part since our past chairman, Ms. Sona Chatwani, and I was with Ms. Usha Garu, and a little bit for a while with Uma Garu. But I think the mentorship and the association and working with the MSME panels immensely helped me. But the best part is, envisaging the FLO Industrial Park, which was done by our FIP team. Vani Garu, I think you're one of them, and Josna Garu and Ajita Garu. And I'm the first ones who benefited out of it.
and I started my unit. The production is going on, and now we would like to expand the unit, and that's why we're going for an IPO. Thank you. Thank you all for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Congratulations, Ms. Sarita Chilkapati. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Ms. Archana Jaju, founder and design head of Archana Jaju, recognized for her significant contribution to revitalizing India's legacy weaves and crafts. Through VHub and FLO collaboration, we could facilitate orders worth 3.8 crores to her. She has redesigned the Asha worker saris and executed the order for Anganwadi saris. May I now request Archana Jaju to say a few words.
Thank you, thank you, Priya, Umadi, Jason, sir, Ms. President. And it's overwhelming to receive this award, and I say thanks to Fiki and Flo to inspiring us, giving this award. Thank you.
Congratulations, Ms. Archana Jaju. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Vani Vegalam, founder, consultant dermatologist and laser surgeon, Clio Clinic, to the stage in recognition of her outstanding expertise in general, surgical, pediatric and cosmetic dermatology. May I request Vani to say a few words?
Firstly, I am very much honored to have been selected and presented this award. As women, we all have strength, resilience, and vision to turn our dreams into reality. Let's continue to support each other, strive for better communities, break barriers, and create new opportunities. I would like to thank everybody who has helped me in this journey. I would like to extend my gratitude to FLO organization, the chairperson, Priya, Secretary Sujita Reddy, for recognizing my efforts, and everyone here. I would like to thank my friends, family, community for their endeavoring support. It is my driving force. I would like to thank you all. And lastly, as a dermatologist, I would like to say one line about skin health. Skin health is not just a reflection of beauty, it's a vital aspect for one's well-being. Thank you.
Congratulations, Dr. Vani. Let's give a big round of applause to Ms. Arpita Soma, co-founder of Gourmet Craft Foods Private Limited, celebrated for her exceptional skill in crafting gourmet food products for the hospitality industry. May I request Arpita to say a few words?
First of all, I feel incredibly honored to be here receiving this recognition. This will hold a very special significance for me, not because today is my birthday, but also because, thank you. Also because it comes at a time when I needed it the most. Running a business is nothing less than a roller coaster, and the last couple of months have been extremely challenging. So this comes as a booster dose for me, a tremendous shot of encouragement, reminding me why we started and the impact that we've been creating. Also, I grew up listening to empowered women empower families. But at FLO, I witnessed firsthand that empowered women empower communities. And I'm really grateful to FLO, the FLO MSME team, and everybody here for making me part of this movement of not just empowering women, but bringing wholesome food to your tables. Thank you once again for this incredible birthday gift.
Happy birthday, Arpita. Congratulations once again. As we conclude this inspiring evening of recognition and celebration, let us carry forward the spirit of excellence and achievement that we have witnessed here today. Congratulations once again to all our deserving honorees. I now request all the honorees to join the dignitaries for a group picture.
Chairperson and MSME Awards Vertical Head at FLO National, Usharani Manne, for all her support. The core team of Sujita Chittiala, Shilpa Raju, Rashi Agarwal and Sudha Nallaparaju for their relentless dedication and precise execution. The MSME SS Cell, led by Neha Reddy and supported ably by Saumya Rao and Himasaila for their diligent research, follow-up, content collection, and generation, coordination, and so much more. Ashya Afsar and the events team of Indu Agarwal, Hema Badia, Meenal Agarwal, Renu Agarwal, and Shweta Agarwal for their meticulous planning and tireless efforts in creating a flawless experience for all of us. The Economic Impact Vertical members, Radhika Agarwal, Shravika Chaudhary, Nanda Rao, and Chandini Agarwal for their proactive offer of help and standing by us staunchly. Over to Senior Vice Chairperson Pratibha Kunda to deliver her vote of thanks.
Good evening, everyone. Today, we've had a privilege of participating in an enriching day-long conclave of MSMEs and inclusive growth. On behalf of FLO Hyderabad and Chairperson Priya Gazdar, I express our heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed Chief Guest, Shri D. Sridhar Babu Garu, Honorable Minister for IT and Industries, who came in the morning, and special thanks to Ms. Joyshri Das Verma, National President of FLO, for her presidential address highlighting FLO's journey as a catalyst of growth and inclusivity of women entrepreneurs. Your leadership and dedication inspires us all, ma'am. We are also deeply grateful to Sri Jayesh Ranjan Garu, who has always been a constant support for our organization. A special note of appreciation to our panelists, Dr. Glory Swarupa, Ms. Rita Palachola, and Ms. Vatsala Mishra for their insightful discussion on women-led MSMEs. The opportunities and challenges you discussed are crucial for our ongoing efforts. Our heartfelt thanks to Mr. Kishore Kedari and Mr. Rajiv Ranjan for their fireside chat on the role of small businesses in film and media. We are also grateful to Mr. Chandrasekhar Chicholkar for his enlightening talk on environmental social governance. We would also like to thank the media present here for spreading the word about this conclave and helping us reach a wider audience, and the staff and management of the Park Hotel for their wonderful hospitality. Our appreciation extends to our past chairs for their constant support and to the events team for their meticulous efforts in organizing the event. We also thank our sponsors whose generous support has made this event possible. Principal sponsors, McLean Group. Co-sponsors, Granules India Limited. Creative partner, RBC Worldwide. Gifting partners, Archana Chaju. Hemis, Clio Clinic, Harita Foods, Gourmet Craft, and Sampurnam. Finally, a special thanks to our audience for your participation and engagement throughout the event. As we conclude, I invite you all to join us for high tea, and thank you all once again, and have a wonderful evening.